Alrighty. Hello, friends. How's everybody doing this fine evening? Hope we're all well. So yeah, this has been a thing I've been thinking about doing for a little bit. I figure it would be good to do like a sort of, beginner-friendly, randomizer-y, explain-y kind of thing. Because I know my way around randomizers a fair bit. So I figure it might be fun to sort of show the process of, first of all, what it's all about, making a seed, and then going through the game and showing everything, really. So that's what we're gonna do. You're well, glad to hear it. But yeah, let's get into it. So, first of all, for Link to the Past Randomizer, you want to go to ALttPR.com. It's that simple. Head over there, and you'll get this lovely opening screen, homepage, whatever they call it these days. The internet's weird, right? So hey, if you're wondering, hey Seyward, what's a randomizer? Well, essentially a randomizer, it's usually you hear about it for like item-based games and things like that. Games with item-based progression. So games like Zelda or Metroid are great examples of those. There's plenty of other things too. But essentially what you usually see for randomizers is you'll shuffle all the items in the game around. So maybe the expected item order in a game is, you get item A first, then item B, then item C. Well, hey, maybe in a randomizer, you might get item C first, which then leads to item A, which then leads to item B. And so, essentially, for most cases, you'll have a randomizer where it's, like a sort of puzzle to figure out what's where, and you always get a different playthrough experience every time. There are, of course, other randomizers, too, like, let's say, I don't know, I'm trying to think of something, like a Pokemon randomizers, for example, like, you'll find completely different Pokemon than you normally would and stuff like that. Or maybe, I think there's Mario randomizers too, which like shuffle all the levels around and stuff. So there's a lot of stuff out there and it's really, really cool. In this case, we are doing Zelda: A Link to the Past. So yeah, all the items in the game are shuffled around. So, as it says here, we might find the bow on Death Mountain. We might find the fire rod in the library. We might find the ice rod in Palace of Darkness. All sorts of possible things here. So yeah, let's get into it, because it's gonna be a good time. So, first thing to click is the old Start Playing button right here. And they're like, hey, here's what you should do. Join Discord. I haven't done that, but you're welcome to if you want to. Secondly, this one's important. You need the base ROM, which is the Japanese 1.0 version here. As we can see. I can't tell you where to get that, because that would be illegal. But I'm sure there are ways to find it. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Next thing to do would be generate the randomized game. Let's load that up on a separate tab. And then there's a more in-depth guide to all the options. We'll get into that as we go. In fact, let's just go through that for now, I think. Also, by the way, if I'm rambling on too much or, like, not explaining things very well, feel free to stop me and be like, hey, can you explain that again or whatever? Because, that's what this is all about. Anyway, I guess let's go into what we would do, actually. So let's gen a seed. Let's do that. So, I think it usually probably should be set to beginner, right? These are the settings we have on beginner preset. No glitches required. You definitely don't want those on your first playthrough. Bad idea. Basic item placement. Standard dungeon item shuffle. 100% locations. Let's go into what some of those things actually mean. So yeah, no glitches required. I'm going to very, very, very much recommend that you should really always play with no glitches required. Like, I don't even look into overworld glitches or major glitches and stuff, because I kind of don't really like that stuff, to be honest with you. And also, like, 90% of, like, racing tournaments or races in general and stuff are generally going to be, no major glitches is the category for that. So yeah, stick to no glitches required, just do it. If you want to be crazy, you can actually do no logic, which means the items are just placed completely randomly. So it's probably not possible in a lot of situations to do those without like heavy glitch usage, because it could put like the fire rod behind somewhere where you need the fire rod, and it would just be impossible to get it and stuff like that. Whenever we're talking about logic in a randomizer, essentially that means how the items are placed. Like, there's essentially logic for every location in the game, every possible thing that you can check. And the logic behind that says, okay, you need these items to get to these spots. So like, if you want to do anything in the Dark World, you need the Moon Pearl, for example, right? So it's not going to put the Moon Pearl anywhere in the Dark World because it would be impossible to get otherwise, and things like that. That's essentially what we're talking about when we say, oh, well, we can do this in logic, or we can maybe do a glitch and get this out of logic. We're talking about things that, what the game expects with where the items are placed, essentially. I hope that makes sense. Next up, we were looking at item placement. Definitely going to recommend basic item placement to new folks. Because it's just going to be a lot easier for you. It'll put, nice things for you early on, and it won't make you do anything weird, and it won't make you do anything which has just some, like, more, what's the word? It won't have any more, like, obscure knowledge or things like that. It should all be pretty straightforward. That's what we're going to do today. We'll do basic logic there. But once you start getting into things a bit, advanced is probably the way to go. Which will have a few more, as the name says, advanced things. This one's interesting, for example. Dark rooms with torches are considered accessible with the fire rod. That's really interesting. So an example of that is the Hyrule Castle sewers, right? Normally in the standard game, you go through there with the lamp or you're rescuing Zelda and all that. But that might not be the case in the randomizer. So what could happen is you could get the fire rod, because there are torches in those rooms. You would be expected to remember where those torches are, and then you can use the fire rod to actually light said torches so you can actually see what you're doing. Stuff like that is, more advanced, which is why it's in the advanced category here. But yeah, definitely going to recommend basic to new players, and that's what we're going to do. Then we have Dungeon Item Shuffle. Yes, Beginner's Guide hype. How's it going, Chloe? Then we have Dungeon Item Shuffle. Gonna recommend standard very much to new players as well. Honestly, I don't really know why they have like just maps and compasses or just maps, compasses, and small keys. If you ask me, you're either gonna go for standard or key sanity here. Oh, I like that, Knack. That's cool. But yeah, so if you're not certain about what key sanity is all about, basically what it means is, in addition to all the items being shuffled into the item pool, you also have all of the keys, maps, and compasses to the dungeons also shuffled into the item pool. So it makes things quite a bit more difficult. It's really interesting, and once you've done standard a bit and you're sort of used to that, it might be worth giving key sanity a go, because it's really fun and interesting. It's definitely going to be a longer seed than a standard seed would be, but it's a lot of fun. Key sanity is really cool. And then you have accessibility. These are kind of the main things here. Hey Flynn, how's it going, man? Good to see so many folks. And then we have accessibility. So for some reason it defaults to 100% inventory, which means you can collect all the main items in the game, but there might be some little things that you might not be able to get. An example for that is like, let's say the big key to Skullwoods. You don't actually need the big key to get to the boss. So the big key to Skullwoods could end up in the big chest of Skullwoods, meaning you can't actually pick it up. Doing a bit better than earlier? Glad to hear it, man. You'll be right. So yeah, that's kind of an example of 100% inventory. It means you can get everything, but you might not necessarily be able to check every actual location. I much prefer doing 100% locations, which just means that you can get every single thing. You can check every single check in the game. So that's my suggestion, is go for 100% locations, because it just makes more sense to me, like, it doesn't feel complete if you're not able to actually get everything in the game. It just feels odd to me. That where keys are locked behind themselves. Yeah, and that can happen with 100% inventory on. So yeah, I prefer 100% locations. There's also beatable, which only makes sure that the game is actually possible to complete. So it might be possible that, I don't know, let's say one of the medallions that you need for Misery Mire is in Misery Mire, which means you just can't access it, and stuff like that. It only makes sure that the game is actually beatable by itself. That can be interesting, but yeah, like I've said, I prefer 100% locations, and that's what we're going to go for here. So if we head on back to our Generate tab here, we'll go Beginner says locations, World State Standard, we might change that. This is mostly pretty good for our beginners here. Really the only thing I would say we want to change, if we head over to Customize here, this is all pretty fine. We'll get into some of these other things in a moment. One thing I'm going to suggest is we change the World State from Standard to Open. I'll show you what that's all about here. goal. We'll get back to that in a moment. Where's the world state? Yeah. So, standard is closest to the original game, as it says. Standard start has you starting the game where you have to rescue Zelda at Hyrule Castle. So you will always have to, you start at Link's house, and then you make your way over to Hyrule Castle, rescue Zelda from her cell, bring her back to the Sanctuary. The same start as the original game. The interesting thing about that is, if I recall correctly, in that situation, when you talk to Link's uncle when he's down in the sewer, he will always give you a weapon of some sort. So that can be a good thing for beginners. It'll guarantee that you have some kind of weapon at the start of the game, which might be cool or it might not. It's up to you. I prefer doing open settings for the most part. Pretty sure it's usually a sword. I've seen it be other things. Like I've seen it be a bow one time, or the hammer, or the red cane. It can be a bunch of things, which is funny. But yeah, I recommend open, because open is generally what you want to go for. Open is what they do for race settings usually, tournament settings and stuff like that. The difference with open is when you start the game, you can choose to start either at Link's house or at Sanctuary. And yeah, the world's just open to you. You don't have to rescue Zelda at the start. You can go wherever you like. I prefer that start because it's just, yeah, as it says, it's more open and you have a lot more choices as to what you can do. So yeah, that's what we're going to go for. We're going to go for open. There's also inverted. Inverted is very, well, let's say it's a lot tougher than the other two world states here. Inverted is really interesting in that you start in the dark world and then you have to make your way to the light world. So the two worlds are kind of swapped basically. And you can mirror from the light world to the dark world. You need the moon pearl to access the light world and stuff like that. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, it's very, very difficult because I'm sure, as you can imagine, starting in the dark world with no weapons and 3 hearts and all the enemies do like a bunch of damage to you, it can be really scary. Inverted is pretty difficult. Sounds like standard intro will get repetitive after a while. Yeah, it kind of does because you always start in the exact same way. Yeah, which is another reason why I like to do open. But standard can be interesting to do every once in a while. But yeah, we won't look at inverted tonight. We'll just do open. There's also retro, which kind of functions a bit like Zelda 1. I haven't really done retro very much, but it does some interesting things. Like it tries to function a lot like Zelda 1. So to use arrows, you need to spend rupees to use arrows and stuff like that. And I'm trying to think what else other kind of things there are. You also find like similar like take any caves that they give you either a heart container or a blue potion, stuff like that. It's interesting. And also, yeah, the other big thing is that the keys are no longer dungeon specific. So you can use keys to any dungeons anywhere. It's kind of fun. And I think they usually have a shop where you can buy small keys as well. It's interesting and maybe worth a go at some point, but I don't do it too much. Yeah, so those are the 4 things. Entrance shuffle, we are not going to worry about. So yeah, let's head back here. Yeah, and we're going to set this to open. The other ones are interesting. But yeah, open's what we're going to go for. Then we'll look at the goal. We have defeat Ganon, fast Ganon, all dungeons. There's a few options here. Key sanity in retro the same. I don't know if I've ever done key sanity with retro. I'm trying to think how that would work. Because it would probably be that you still have to find like big keys and maps and compasses and stuff. You would have to find big keys shuffled around. But I imagine, yeah, that's what I think. So I'm not 100% sure of that, but I think that's the case. Like I said, I don't really play retro much, so I'm not 100% sure on that. But I'm pretty sure that is the case, yeah. Anyway, the goal. What we're going to go for is defeat Ganon here, which is, yeah, you go up to Ganon's tower, you beat Aghanim 2, and then you fight Ganon. And you can actually change the crystal requirements here. So if we head back here, you can see the tower opens at, and you can actually set whatever you like. So if you have open tower, if you have Ganon's tower set to 0 crystals, you can just get to Ganon's tower. Like once you have the stuff you need to get there, you don't have to do any of the dungeons, which can be interesting. Or you can even set it so that it's random if you want. We're going to stick to standard 7 crystals to get to Ganon. And 7 crystals to make Ganon damageable. That's what these 2 options are all about. So when we say, like, I'm doing a standard 7-7 seed, this is referring to, like, you know, probably open world state with 7 crystals for the open tower and 7 crystals for Ganon being vulnerable. When we say, like, a standard 7-7 seed, that's generally what we're talking about. Is there anything else in here that we need to explain? I could explain some of the other goals too. Fast Ganon is very similar to defeat Ganon, but the entrance to the pyramid is just open, so you may not necessarily have to go into Ganon's tower for that. Can be interesting. You could even make it so that Ganon's vulnerable at 0 crystals, so it could be a really fast sea potentially with something like that. And then there's all dungeons, which means you have to defeat every boss in the game. So you need to get all the pendants, you need to get all the crystals, you need to fight Aghanim in Aghanim's tower, and you need to fight Aghanim in Ganon's tower as well. So those ones can be a bit of a marathon. You have to do a lot of stuff in that. And then there's also Master Sword Pedestal. This one might actually be easier than defeat Ganon in some ways, because you only need to get the 3 pendants that you would normally get in the light world in the vanilla game. You get the green pendant, blue pendant, red pendant. You get all of those, and then you pull the Master Sword in the woods, and then that's the game done. So that can be easier. It can also be pretty interesting with some things that it does. If you want a bit of a shorter game, or if you want to maybe see some interesting things, because I've definitely had some interesting situations where you still have to go into dungeons that have crystals to find items that you need to get the dungeons that have pendants. So that can be really interesting with pedestal seeds like that. We call those just ped seeds. But those can be interesting too. You've seen some ped seeds that are just as long as normal seeds? Yeah, it's possible. There's some weird stuff that can happen. And then there's also Triforce Pieces. This, generally you hear this referred to as a Triforce Hunt, which is like, there can be, not necessarily 30, I think you can actually change the amount, but some amount of Triforce Pieces have been shuffled around into the game. And you have to go and find them. And then once you find the amount that you need, they made up a Muradala, he's a new character, I guess, who's hanging out in the Hyrule Castle courtyard. You chat to him and you win once you have all the Triforce Pieces. That can be interesting as well. It kind of gets you to go all over the place. It's a very different kind of goal, like you don't even have to fight Ganon necessarily. But it can be interesting. Anyway, that is probably all. Is there anything else we want to talk about? Entrance Shuffle is something I haven't really tried much of. It can be pretty crazy. This basically shuffles around all the interior entrances, mainly, and dungeon entrances have all been swapped amongst each other. There's all sorts of different modes for these, and I don't 100% remember what does what. That should be somewhere. Scroll down. Sword settings are probably important. Yes, we'll look at that actually. Yeah, entrance shuffle, I'm going to just be very straight up, but you should definitely set this to none for a while. You will get super confused otherwise. But there's all sorts of interesting options here. We're not going to look at them because we're not crazy. Boss shuffle is pretty cool as well. This makes it so that the locations of bosses can be shuffled around. You might get multiples of the same boss, or they might just be all swapped amongst each other. There's all sorts of crazy things that can happen there. You also have enemy shuffle, which is exactly what it sounds like. Enemies will be swapped around in different places and stuff like that. Kind of fun. And there's hints as well. Hints are pretty interesting in that all the gray tiles on walls that you usually find in dungeons, the gray tiles where you chat to Sahasrara or Zelda, and they'll be like, Link, do this, here's a little hint for you. Those get changed to some kind of hint for where an item is in the game. Oftentimes they're kind of useless, they'll be like, ooh, you need the hammer to find some bombs, or something, and it's like, wow, great hint, thanks. But sometimes they can be helpful. I like to leave them on, but you can turn them off if you want as well. Now, here's where we get into things. So, swords. Important option. Generally for yes, shoot the eyes of Gomer. They do have joke hints as well that don't mean anything. Some of those are fun. Then we have swords here. So, generally you're going to see randomized swords, which just means that swords can show up anywhere in the game, and there's 4 of them. And I should also note with swords, they are considered progressive. What that means is, the first sword that you find will always be the fighter's sword. The second sword you find will always be the master sword. The third will always be the tempered, and the fourth will always be the gold sword. Even if you, I don't know, let's say you had 2 chests next to each other and they both had a sword in them. If you picked up the left one first, that would be fighters. Then you picked up the right one second, that would be master. But if you picked up the right one first, that would still be fighter's sword. Then the second one would be, the left one would be master. So it's always dependent on the order you pick them up in. But let's see, we're probably going to go for, probably just assured here. Link starts with a sword already equipped, which is neat. So yeah, you just have a sword at the start of the game, which is cool. And then I assume the rest are randomized. I'm not actually sure. I don't think I've ever used the assured setting before. So we're going to try it and we'll find out. There's also a vanilla option, which just puts the swords in the exact same places. Which, Master Sword Pedestal is not great for that. But anyway. And then there is also a swordless option as well, which is pretty scary. They have to make some changes to the game to make that work. Swordless is pretty tough. Basically, the hammer becomes the main weapon in that situation. Can be interesting, but pretty tough. Item pool, item functionality, we won't worry about any of this. Enemy damage, don't change that unless you're crazy. Enemy health, don't change that unless you're crazy, although you could make it easier if you want. Cosmetic settings, we'll get into all this. This happens once we've actually genned the seed, which we'll do in a moment. And then this is the whole item pool here, which is kind of interesting to look at as well. It's kind of cool that they show you this. Anyway, I've rambled on enough. How about we generate a seed here? So, no glitches required. Basic item placement's going to be fine. Standard item shuffle's going to be fine. We don't want to go crazy with key sanity or anything like that. 100% locations is what we want to go for. We'll do a standard Ganon 7-7 here, so defeat Ganon. 7 crystals required for the tower, 7 crystals required to beat Ganon. Sounds good to me. I think we'll do open. That'll be the best way to go about things here. If you like, you can do standard. If you want a bit of an... I guess it is a bit of an easier start since you're guaranteed to get a weapon. But I prefer open more, so we'll go for open. No entrance shuffle, no boss shuffle, no enemy shuffle. Why don't we turn hints on just to show that? And I like having hints on anyways. Swords. We'll go for assured here. Yeah, I think assured's going to be cool. We'll do that. Normal item pool, normal item functionality, normal enemy damage, normal enemy health. Then here we have 2 options. We have generate a race ROM or generate a standard ROM. We're going to go for a standard ROM here. Really the only difference is that the race ROM will not have a spoiler log, and we'll get into what that's all about in just a moment. But yeah, let's just generate a standard ROM here. Here we go. Bam. And they got a cool little animation, and it's great. And here we go. We have ourselves a little seed here. So, things that are now a thing. So you actually have a permalink here. If you want to share this seed with anyone, you can just click the link, which I'm just going to do. And then it's going to die. There we go. So yeah, now I've got this seed up at the URL top that you can't see, but this is the seed we've got here. So a couple options that we have. First of all, we want to save the ROM. I'm just going to do that. Give me a sec. There we go. We can also save the spoiler log. I like to save the spoiler log as well. You can also find it down here. I'll get into what that is in just a moment. I'm going to save that as well because we can. There we go. All right. So, our options post-generation. Heart speed. This is how fast the low health heart beeping is. It can be pretty annoying, so I like to set it to half speed. And then this is one of the fun options that you have. You can choose a sprite that you like. It defaults to Link, but there are a heck of a lot of sprites that people have made, as you can see. There's a ton of these things. Like so many. It's pretty cool. There's something for everyone in here, let me tell you what. Most of them are like humanoid characters, and I would recommend sticking with a humanoid character, because that's going to be the easiest to get used to. Some of them can be pretty weird. Like, Invisible Link, you're just a shadow. Don't recommend that one for obvious reasons. But yeah, there's a sprite for everyone in here, and people have made so many cool ones. We're gonna go with what I like to go with. And go with Cadence. She's from Crypt of the Necrodancer, which is a great game, so I like to use her. Then you have menu speed. This affects how quickly the menu drops down when you press start to select your items. I like to leave it on normal, because that does help for some tricks, I find. It's up to you what you want to do here. I like it on normal. You could set it to fast or instant if you want, but I prefer normal. And heart color. This is just the color of the hearts on the HUD. You can make them random. I like random. Just have something different every time. And a couple of other options here. Background music. Of course you want background music. MSU1 resume. This is a little bit more of an advanced thing. MSU1 is like a special chip for the Super Nintendo that essentially allowed for CD quality audio in games. It works really well, especially for emulators. So people have made MSU packs for Link to the Past, which changes like the music of the game. It's really cool. Not something we're going to get into, but it is a lot of fun to mess with. Item quick swap. This lets you change items by pressing L or R. I personally don't really like to have this on just because I'm used to using the menu and everything, but it can be something to get used to if you want. I like to leave it off, but up to you if you want it on or not. Reduce flashing. This makes things, less seizure-y, less seizure-inducing. I'm trying to think of what kind of flash things there are. all that's really coming to mind is like the flashes when you first open Ganon's tower. There's probably other things like maybe some of the medallions make flashes. Why don't we just turn that on? Option reduces the effects of flashing. Yeah, that's fine with me. Palette shuffle. Shuffles the colors of the world around, which is kind of interesting. Oh, Vitreous, true. Yeah, with the lightning. Good point. Palette shuffle can be kind of interesting. I personally don't really like it. Like, it can make things look sometimes really bad and actually hard to see what you're doing sometimes, so I just like to leave it off. Shuffle sound effects I've never used and I don't want to. It's probably not very fun to listen to, so we won't worry about that. Okay, and then what I was talking about. So this is the spoiler log. What the spoiler log will do is it will tell you where everything in the game is, which is pretty cool. So if you're ever stuck on a seed, you felt like you've checked everything, you're not sure where to go next, you can actually check this. You can even search for certain spots in the game. You can search for where a certain item is, and it'll tell you here. Another interesting option here is this playthrough button here. I'm not going to click it because we don't want to see what we want to do. But what this will do is it will show you the expected progression through the game. So it'll be like, okay, first thing you were supposed to do, you were expected to go here to do this. And then after that, you could go and do this. And it'll show you the intended route through the game, basically, with the randomizer that was generated. Anyway, I've rambled on enough about settings. Is there anything else we want to talk about? Yes, actually, there is. Next up is pretty important. We need a way to actually play the ROM that we created. That's probably a good idea, right? Bees, yeah. There is no bee miser in this. I don't think there is on the website Randomizer here, which is a bit sad. We do like the bees; they're fun. But anyway, yeah. We need an emulator to play on. Yeah, not an official setting yet. Best recommendation if you're new to emulation, I would recommend SNES 9X, which is what I'll be using for this. I normally like to use RetroArch. That's the emulator I like to use for a lot of stuff. But it can be pretty complex to set up. So we're going to use SNES 9X here. What controller do I use? No, that's a great question. I use an 8BitDo SN30 Pro Plus. I think I got that name right. It's basically a SNES controller with a couple extra buttons. You know, it's got like triggers and control sticks and stuff. You can you could really get away with just about any controller. Like you could use an Xbox 360 controller if you wanted to. But it's really up to you. SN30 Pro, that works as well. Yeah, basically the same controller, really. Yeah, I recommend an SN30 Pro Plus. Need to make sure I'm saying the name right. I'll send you a link after if you like, Knack. But yeah, even if any sort of controller... Actually, Knack, you have a Pro Controller for Switch, right? I think you can actually plug that in to your computer and use it that way. That might be a way to go, too. There's plenty of controller options out there. And that's probably all we need to talk about on the website side of things, I would say. You have a SNES controller. Ooh, that might work too. I'm not sure. Actually, that's worth... Yeah, if that works, that would be cool. Yeah, see if you can get that to work. That'd be a great way to do it. But yeah, next on the list is probably getting emulator set up and stuff. So let's hop over to this. Here we go. Hey, look, it's you guys. Okay. So, here we have all SNES 9X over here. This is not quite 100% a fresh install or something. I did fiddle with the settings to make sure they were all good. Yes, I know, a map tracker. We're going to be using a map tracker tonight. Crazy, right? I never use those. But we're going to tonight, just to show things. We'll get to that in a moment. What's that like? I know, crazy. So there's not really too many settings you want to change here. There are a couple things, though. I think pause when inactive is set to ticked. Untick that. Because I think that'll make it so that if this is not the selected window, the game will pause, which you don't want. And then input. You want to make sure you've got your controls set up. I've already done so, but set them up in a way that makes sense, obviously. That should be all good for us there. You definitely also want to enable background input. Because while we'll be using the tracker over here, we'll be clicking on things and we won't always be focused on the game. So definitely want to have background input on. Sound-wise, just make sure that if you're going to be streaming this, make sure the sound isn't too loud. So I like to set it down at the emulator level. That's the best way to handle that, I would say. Make sure it's at a good volume. Should be good for me. I did a little test earlier and it sounds fine. But if it's not as great, let me know. And then the other thing you want. So bilinear filtering is set to on, turn that off. It basically just makes the image a little bit blurry. It sucks, and I don't know why it's on by default because it looks not great. So yeah, just turn that off. I also like to set the window size to ×4 because it's the biggest size here and still gives us enough room to have my chat up and stuff. And the tracker and whatnot. So I recommend that. And then you can also set it to stretch image so it'll actually fit the whole game screen into this window size that we've set, because then we can mess around with it in OBS or whatever. That should be everything we need to set up on here. I think we should be all good to go. Next up, we will talk about the old actual tracker over here. So this is Emo Tracker. This is the tracker that I suggest. Emo Tracker has a lot of support for a lot of different randomizers, actually. The main thing it supports is Link to the Past, but there's a whole bunch of other games too. Like, I mean, I want to say just about any randomizer that you can think of, there's going to be a tracker on here for it, which is really nice. Oftentimes the games will have map trackers as well, which are really helpful for getting into things here. So, what are we looking at on this thing? You can see all these different dots. Whoa, what do they all mean? So, once we get started, we'll kind of understand it a bit more. But basically, we have green dots here. Green dots are checks that we can just do right away with the items that we've got. Yellow dots are not really intended, but possible, like with certain glitches. So, like, we can get down here to Hobo with a glitch called Fake Flippers. We're not going to do that, but the map tracker here is like, yeah, you can actually get this with a bit of trickery if you want. And then we have blue ones here. Blue dots show items that you can see, but can't actually get yet. And what's interesting about the blue dots here is if it's an important item, you can actually note down what it is. So you can say, like, oh, let's say that this is the hook shot, for example. And I would actually show it down here that it's pinned. And so we can always just remember that this is here. And then once we, check that off, it'll actually check it under the items for us too, which is cool. Go ahead and reset that though. There we go. And then there's orange dots. Orange dots are, it's like, you can check some of the checks in this location, but not all of them. So as you can see here, we can get to the 3 chests behind Sahasrara, but we can't get Sahasrara's check because he requires the green pendant. Same thing with Easton Palace over here. We can get some of the chests in the dungeon, but we can't actually clear the dungeon because we don't have the bow to get to the boss. And then red ones are, we can't get this yet. I think, if I remember right, by default, it won't show red spots on the map, but I think there's a setting for that. If I can remember where it actually is. It might be under tracking. Yeah, you have it set to show all locations. It will show you all the checks in the game. I think we're going to leave that on. Are there any other useful, important things in here that I need to note? Probably not. Some interesting things. Yeah, this is all fine. You can actually save your tracker for later if you want, which is nice. So you can leave your tracker where it was, save the game. Maybe you want to come back to the randomizer later. You can actually save this file and come back to it, and it'll have everything checked off where you left it, which is nice. Broadcast view. This is actually also pretty important. If you're doing streaming, it'll give you a little separate window that you can capture for OBS or whatever. I recommend using that. Makes randomizers a lot less daunting. Yeah. If you're very, very new to a randomizer and it has a map tracker, it's a pretty good idea to use a map tracker because it will help you out so much. And then once you start getting familiar with the game, you can try it without a map tracker and see how you go. I personally don't really use map trackers much myself because I just prefer to go by memory, but if you're starting out as a new player, I definitely would recommend it, yes. And the other thing down here is the timer. This is live split. The main reason we're using live split here is because having a timer going while the game is up is just a good way to see how long we've been playing the seed for. It's a good way to sort of track your progress as you go on. Because you want to get faster and faster at it, so you want to get faster times, and this is a great way to get into that. Just similar to the Super Metroid tracker. Yeah, there is a Super Metroid map tracker as well, actually. Yes. Yeah, it functions basically exactly the same. All the map trackers in Emo Tracker follow this structure. They'll have the same colored dots, and I should show this as well. when we collect items, it'll actually update for what we can do. Like, let's say we get the bow here and the lamp. Hey, now we can do Easton Palace because we got the bow and the lamp. This turned green. So yeah, it updates as we collect things. Go ahead and unselect those. That's not how you do that. There we go. So yeah, the map trackers are very, very helpful for new players. All right, that's probably about it. Let's actually get into things proper, shall we? I need this one. There we go. That chat box is probably a bit too big, isn't it? Let's make that a bit smaller. Give me a sec. That's going to be taking up like half the game screen. There we go, that might be good. Okay. So, next up is just to load up said ROM. There we go, file, load. Give me a moment. You're not seeing any of this, but it's fine. Should be this one that we just generated. Yes, let's go. Ah, my cursor's on the screen. Hello. We won't worry about that. Okay. And yeah, please forgive my terrible layout on the stream, by the way. I kind of threw this together in a moment. Okay. So, when we get in here, we see... It's all good? Yeah. It's not amazing, but it'll do. So when we start the game here, you see there's a little code up the top. This is randomly generated based on the seed. And what's nice about this is if you're racing with someone or you're playing in a race or something, this is here to check that everyone's playing the same seed. That's why that's there. It's pretty nice that they do that. But first thing to do is enter our name, which will be Seyward, which will be SWD. Because I think the Japanese version can really only fit in like 4 characters or 5 characters or something. So Seyward it is, SWD. That's the closest we got. And yes, we do indeed start with a sword, so let's mark that. We did it. Alright. Yeah, we have a sword, it's great. Yeah, it's really nice on the starting screen here. It actually shows you all the items you found. Yes, SWD, that's me. But alright, with this we're basically set to go. It's gonna be weird doing this with a map tracker for me because I never use map trackers. Like, in all my time streaming, this is actually the first time I'm using a map tracker, so it's gonna be great. SWD for sword, yeah, that too, actually, good point. Alright, let's do it, here we go. So, when we start, we like to start the timer, upon, starting from the start file screen here. So here we go, let's do it. Bam. And we're gonna start at Link's house, or Seyward's house in this case. First thing to hello? It's not letting me move diagonally. That's interesting. Good job, SNES9X. Shall we attempt to fix this? Hang on. Input. Config. Why are we doing this? Up, left, down, right. Okay. Okay, I guess we don't have diagonal movement today? What the heck is this? Only noobs use map trackers? Well, I wouldn't say that, no. This is annoying. What do we do about this? Why is it being dumb? That should be working. Why is it being dumb? Oh, up left? Up right. Oh, I have to do... That's weird. Okay, hang on. Down right. I have to set those diagonal... I don't remember having... Okay, problem solved. That's weird. Okay, I didn't realize SNES9X works like that. You have to set the diagonal directions too. That's just strange, but okay. Now we are good to go. Okay, we will set the timer back again. Map trackers weren't really a thing. Yeah, I'm not sure when Emo Tracker came into existence. Anyway, let's get back into it. Hey look, it's our first check. It's 300 rupees, way to go. Gonna head on out and we are gonna say that we have marked off Link's house. We did it. So, the route that I like to take is we're gonna head over to Hyrule Castle next. Now, as you can see on the map, we can't actually do all of Hyrule Castle proper, but we can head over this way and get 2 items for us here. How's the sound, by the way? It looks like things are alright. Let me know if it's a bit too loud or anything. We're gonna go have a chat to our uncle. He's apparently going to have a shield on him. There you go. Sounds good? Alright, sweet. Excuse me, sirs. And we have a heart piece there. And there's also magic in these two pots, so I like to grab those. At this point, we could walk places, but it's actually a lot faster to save and quit. So we're going to save and quit here. We're also going to say that we marked off this. There we go. So when we save and quit, we have options to where we can start. We're actually going to start from Sanctuary now. And we can just get this chest right here. It has a key. So that's actually a key to Hyrule Castle, because Sanctuary is still considered to be a part of the Hyrule Castle map. So it's not like, oh, it's key sanity. No, it's not. Do not fear. We'll get to that later. In fact, we could actually check out some of Hyrule Castle since we have a sword, but we'll come back to it a bit later. Let's come back to it a bit later, shall we? This is the standard route I like to take. We're going to come up this way next, because this will allow us to check a pretty important check for us. You'll see in a moment what I mean. Watch out for the birds. Slice them up, you know. Now there's one little dude here. In fact, let's cut some of this. Yeah, this guy. If you pick up his bush, he will drop a random consumable item for you. In this case, he's dropping 5 rupees for us, which is pretty nice. I like to go for that guy, and you can find them in a few different places. Really good things to get there is like 20 rupees, because you can get a lot of money that way. But we're gonna head in here. This is Lumberjack Cave, and if there's a good item here, this is where we would be upset. It's a single arrow, that is not important. So the reason why this can be annoying if there's a good item here is because to get to this check, you have to defeat Ganon in Ganon's tower. The reason you have to do that is because these guys will never finish cutting this tree until you beat Ganon. Once they finish cutting the tree, you can use the Pegasus boots to bonk into this and head down there. There's a little hole in the ground that leads to that cave. So that check kinda sucks. And you generally want to hope that there's nothing good there. But hey, we're gonna attempt to do all the checks in this anyway, so we'll get to it eventually. Yeah, we could, yeah. We could also just say that, like, if we wanted to, we could just click this off. Since we know it's nothing important, we could just say, okay, this isn't important, I'm just gonna mark it off that we've done it. But we'll come back to it later, so we'll leave it for now. Here we have 20 rupees in the forest here. And then we can also come over here while we're in the Lost Woods. There's a sneaky little hole just here. Here we have even more money! Amazing! I think that would also be considered part of this same one. Yeah, you can see that. Mushroom Spot and Forest Hideout. Alright, on we go. Get rid of this guy. Oh, we got a bomb. That's good. That's lucky. We're gonna need a bomb in a moment. Several bombs, in fact. Next up on the list is Kakariko Village here. Kakariko has a lot, and we are almost certainly gonna find some useful item here, because there are a lot of chests here. So, since we have one bomb, the first thing we're gonna... Actually, no, we'll just do it as normal here. We'll go this way. Also, we can mark the bombs on the tracker. They don't really change anything, but there they are. We'll head down here and do this as we normally would. So, since we have a bomb, we're just gonna blow this up over here. We're also gonna push these blocks. I think in the vanilla game, these were all 20 rupees. They're not anymore. Hey, look at that. We got blue mail. Very nice. Blue mail gives you more defense. And we have some gloves. Awesome. As you can see, that changed the color of a couple things on the tracker. A moon pearl. Cool. Very nice. And 10 arrows. Can't win them all. There's a few pots in here that have rupees. If you're in need of rupees, this is a not amazing, but decent grinding spot for them early game. You got even more money. Interesting. Got a lot of cash, I won't complain. Yeah, early mail is always helpful. And I feel like you're probably more likely to find that sort of stuff with basic item placement. Next up, we can go ahead and chat to the bottle merchant here. He's gonna give us 20 rupees, so he requires 100 rupees to buy his item. In this case, it was 20 bucks, so we got a bit swindled on that. Next up, we'll head over to Kakariko Well here. We can also mark that off, and this, I need to be remembering to do that. There we go. We have a bloopy. We have the ice rod, okay. We have a heart piece. And 20 bucks. There's also some rupees here. Now, we didn't quite get all the checks in there because we are lacking a bomb to open that one bomb spot. We'll get to that in a moment. So we won't mark that off on the map just yet. Next up, we will go... Actually, no, we won't go over there. Let us head in here. So, one thing we could do if we wanted to... We could buy 10 bombs for 50 rupees because we have the money. But what if you don't have the money and you're so desperately in need of some bombs? Oh my goodness, whatever can we do? Well, here's a bit of a trick. We can come out this way. I just noticed on the overlay, that's gonna bug me if I don't fix that. Hang on. That's better. Don't need no black space. Anyway, yeah, so let's say you don't have any money, but you desperately need some bombs. Well, this bush right here that I just cut, this bush here has a 50-50 chance of having a bomb. What we're going to do is we're going to go in and out of this shop, which causes all the bushes to reappear. We're going to do this until we get one. And you might be thinking, gee, that sounds really annoying to have to grind up bombs that way. There we go, like I said, so here's a bomb. We're going to take that bomb. And now, this is a bit sneaky, but you can actually open this hut with a bomb. Would you look at that? And what do we have in here? We got some rats and some pots. Under each of these pots in the corners is one bomb. Always guaranteed. And I think there's like a rupee there and a rupee there. And I think this 5 arrows is always here as well. Grab those two. So what we can do is we can go in and out of this and just stock up on bombs this way. Instead of having to pay money for it, this is a great way to get bombs without needing any cash. If you do have the money, like we have tons of money. So we could have just bought bombs there, but we don't need to. We'll just do this, that's fine, there we go. But it's definitely faster to just buy them if you have the money there. Yep, take notes. So now that we have bombs in here, we're going to head back to the well, where we can get that one other check that we didn't get. So over we go. Alright. Grab these while we're waiting on the bomb to explode. There we are. And we got 10 arrows. Wasn't really worth it, but hey, we checked it, and checking things is important. Let's go ahead and click that off as well. Next up, we'll head over to this one here. If I can, you know, walk the right way. It's a very stretched map tracker, isn't it? Oh dear. It's fine. Alright, go ahead and bomb this open. We like to do what we call wall chicken here. If you throw the chicken just right, he ends up in the wall, and it's great. If you get wall chicken, it's a sign of a good run, trust me. Piece of heart. Nothing too exciting. Yep, wall chicken. He is thoroughly in the wall. It's great. Wall chicken is the best, yeah, absolutely. Alright, next up, you might think, hey, can we get the item from the sick kid here? Actually, no, we can't. Because you need a bottle to get his item. That was the case in the original game too. You had to show him a bottle for some reason, and he would give you the bug net. But yeah, so you need a bottle to get his item there. So we'll come back once we have a bottle. Don't be dumb like me and forget the back of the bar here. It's apparently very easy to forget about. There we go, we did it. Alright, we shall move on. Well, chicken is high in protein, yeah. I mean, if Castlevania is any indication, definitely true. Alright. Well, the back of power bomb locations too, yep, that as well. Now, so we can see this item here. This is the blue one we're looking at right now. This one, for reference, is the library. We need the Pegasus boots to knock this off the shelves. It's just bombs, so we don't care about it, but there it is all the same. Now next up is the race game here. Now there's a bit of a choice you can make here. I generally like to just do the race game without checking what it is, but you can also come down here and see what the item is. It's a heart piece. If it's something we don't want, like this heart piece here, we would just save and quit from there and probably head back to Link's house or something like that. Just go elsewhere. But since we're going for all the checks, we'll go ahead and grab this. We can bust open this with a bomb. You can also use the Pegasus boots to open this too. You don't have to have a bomb for this. You can dash into the wall with the Pegasus boots and get it that way too. So, yeah, you just do the game anyways, me too. So we have 15 seconds to do this. Let's go! Here's the best way to do this. Go up here, up this way, and then jump down this ledge. And there you go. And then it'll tell us what our time was, just for fun. There we go, we did it. We got a heart out of that, yay. Alright, next on the list. Now we're gonna save and quit. And we shall head down, back to Link's house. We shall make our way to what we basically call South Shore, which is this area over here on the map. First thing to do is the dam over here. So we can come on in here. Now it's up to you the order you want to do this in, because you can't get both of these at once. So we're just going to go over here and pull the lever over here first. Head on out, and then we're just going to head straight back in so we can get that chest. It's a blue rupee there, so that's unfortunate, but that's okay. Go ahead and push these now to get this chest. Get ourselves gold gloves, well, well, well. As you can see, that has opened up a heck of a lot. We now have Dark World access with this. We won't worry about that for a little while, but we have Dark World access, so that's cool. Check that off the map. So now at this point we have choices to where we can go. Most people like to go to the right and head to Mini Modorn Cave and stuff. I generally like to head over to the desert over here. We're gonna see what that blue spot is in the desert there. Over here. Since we'll be able to see what's on Desert Ledge. The gloves are progressive too. Yes, that is correct. I forgot to mention that. You'll always get the silver ones first, then the gold ones. That's a bottle. That's interesting. We may want to note that down even, so I'm gonna do that. This is a bottle. There we go. We now know what that is. But now we can head into, what folks refer to Agonar's or Agina's cave. I've never been sure how to pronounce his name. He usually says something funny. Good on you. Gonna have him bust this open. Boomerangs are not. Yeah, boomerangs you can actually get, you can get them in either order. What else is progressive? The bow. The bow is progressive too, and the shields. That's a bug net. Great. Yeah, that's Agonar. I call it Agonar, Agina's cave, whatever you like. We'll mark that off. Bows, shields, armor. Yes, that's right. The blue mail we got is progressive too. Back to Link's house. Ooh, running out of breath. I'm talking a lot. So you may be wondering why we have Dark World access with the gold gloves. So with the gold gloves, there is a level 2 rock. There's a level 2 rock near Kakariko Village that we can lift up. And get to the Dark World that way. If I remember, yes, sorry. But yeah, so that's why we have Dark World access. We can get there via the warp near Kakariko Village. We're not going to do that for a bit because there's other things we can get to, like this stuff. So this is Mini Modorn Cave. Ideally, you really want to have a weapon for this, but if you don't, you can use bombs like so. It's not the easiest thing to do, but it can be done. But, you know, hopefully you'll have something useful to fight them with, be it like a sword or a bow, a hammer, red cane, all sorts of things. That's a bottle, there we go. And a master sword, cool. And this guy has an item for us as well. Don't forget to talk to this guy, because he has an item. So yeah, don't forget him. Art piece. And 50 rupees. I say as I get, well, I don't always get them easily. Using a bomb on the middle guy here, like if we didn't have the sword, and trying to use the bomb on this guy can be a bit tricky. Not to mention, it's very easy to to run out of bombs. If you do run out of bombs, there's a shop at the north end of Lake Hylia, where you can buy bombs as well. I should show that too. I'll show that in a moment. Get a bomb there. So now we're gonna head over to Ice Rod Cave for the one check over there. Ooh, we got some magic, nice. Oh yeah, these krebs are scary, by the way. I believe they do 2 hearts of damage without any armor upgrades, so they can be a bit on the scary side. Luckily, we have a weapon to deal with them. But if we didn't, we'd have to avoid them and it would be kind of scary. So there's a couple cave entrances here. This is the only one we need to worry about. So that's the only one we're going to go into. And we got Bombos. Cool. Let's mark that down. Let's save and quit. Let's see, what's next on the list? We'll keep doing this, like, as though we don't have any other sort of other things we can do. So I should explain how this works. I'm doing essentially what's called all of the Sphere 1 checks, and you probably have no idea what the heck I'm talking about. When we refer to a sphere, it's sort of like sections of progression, if that makes sense. So Sphere 1 in a randomizer is all of the locations you can check that don't require any items. And then Sphere 2 will be the section that comes after that initial first placing of items, if that makes sense. So you'll use whatever items you get in Sphere 1 to get whatever items are in Sphere 2. And then whatever items are in Sphere 2 to get to Sphere 3, and so on and so forth. And that's kind of how it generates things. Anyway, this shop here is what I was talking about, where you can get bombs. Why don't we buy some? Because we can. There we go, we did it. While we're here, we can also see what's on the island here. We can jump into the water. Ooh, there's a hammer over there. Look at that. That's really nice. Let's note that down as well. I didn't mean to click that. Whoops. How do I undo? There we go, I did it. We're gonna mark that this has the hammer. Not that you can see this, I don't think, but there we go. We'll get to that later. But that's good to know that there's a hammer there. Currently, with what we have, we need the mirror and the flippers to get there. So next up is Sahasrara's hut. Now, what he does is if you chat with him, he's going to tell us where the green pendant is. So he says the green pendant is in Misery Mire. If we get that and give it to him, he will give us an item. When you check the bottle, does it add a counter? Yes, it does. So if we go all the way, there are 4 bottles in the game. It goes up to a max of 4. We're going to set that back down to 1, but yeah, there you go. So now we know where the green pendant is. We can actually, you see the Misery Mire thing here. I'm going to click this a couple times. We can actually set what this is. If we right click it, this will change what the what it's set to. So we can set that to the pendant with a plus. There's the green pendant there. So now we know that that's the green pendant, so yay. Go ahead and open this. And 3 things back here. Let's hope they're good. They weren't good. Oh well. And then, yeah, Easton Palace here is pretty much the last Sphere 1 check we can do here. Hey, Luna, how's it going, man? Good to see ya. Learning the names of yes, that is something to get used to, yeah. It's just something that'll come with time and, you know, familiarity with the game and stuff. If you're ever not sure what I'm talking about, feel free to clarify. But yeah, here's Easton Palace. Now, we can't clear Easton Palace because we don't have the lamp, which we need to get through one of the dark rooms. And we also don't have the bow, which we need to kill some of the enemies in here. clarify, yes. So here's our first chest here. Well, that's awfully convenient. That's a lamp. Okay, nice. That gives us one other thing we can do in here. That's great. Head on back. You're on the screen. It's crazy, imagine. Next we will go this way. Imagine imagining, I know. So there's another chest to the right over here. You're not wrong, Knack. Yeah, we say mum with a U, not an O. We get the big key. That's pretty good. There you go. Now you got it. I mean, you say this as though I don't always have a chat box up, Luna. Used to America. Oh yeah, I didn't mark off Ice Road Cave. I should do that. There we go. I'm totally gonna forget, because again, not used to a map tracker here. So this room can be pretty annoying. If you don't have a weapon, the best way to fight these dudes is with these pots, which I will demonstrate. And basically hope you don't miss. I guess you can use bombs otherwise. As you can see, it's kind of cumbersome. I missed. Feels bad. This would be the time to use a bomb, but we're just going to do this instead. Then we have this one. It's 50 rupees. And then, okay, so this is an example of hints. So we turned on hints, so this will give us a hint to something. Or it won't. If it's got a little link face there, that means it's a joke hint. So that wasn't very helpful. But don't worry, they're not all like that. Take out this guy. Get a map. Now there's one more check we can do here. Yeah, some of the joke hints are great. Yeah, I'm not even sure what they were talking about there, to be honest. Alright. Take out this guy. Now since we have the lamp, we can do this room. If we didn't have the lamp, it is still possible to do this room without it, but it's pretty tricky and requires some memorization. Anyway, the key is always under this pot. So there we go, we did it. Go through here. And this is going to be the last thing we can check here, because we don't have the bow to clear Easton Palace. So, standard way to do this room, take out all the enemies. There's a cool little time-saving trick you can do, which maybe I'll attempt to show here just for fun. You can bump into these dudes. And I'm being bad, so I'm not going to do it. But basically, yeah, you can actually hit that switch with the damage invincibility that you take from taking damage. It can be a little tricky to do. So we're just going to do this the standard way because I'm bad. And also, you need a fair chunk of health to do it. Excuse me, sir. And then these dudes go away. And we get a heart piece. The turn off button, yeah, the save and quit button, right? So that's everything we can do in Easton Palace for the moment. We'll come back to that when we have the book. What do we want to do next? We could go to Hyrule Castle. In fact, we could actually fight Ganon with what we have. Maybe we should even do that, because we're going to have to do it eventually. Let's head to Hyrule Castle for now. Ooh, another thing I should show you. You want to check the map at some point too, because this will actually show you what the prizes are. So we can see that these three, which is Easton Palace, Desert Palace, and Tower of Hera, are all crystals. But the Easton Palace one is red. What's that all about? The reason that's red is because crystals 5 and 6 are the crystals that you need to make the super bomb in the Dark World appear, so that you can bust open the whole of the pyramid and get to the Pyramid Fairy. So what we can actually do to show that this one's more important is we can select it with the plus, and the plus here means that this is one of the important crystals, one of the crystal 5 or 6. So we'll just mark it like that. So there we go. So from that information, we know that the Dark World is going to have all of the pendants, and it's going to have another another plus crystal as well. Another crystal 5 or whatever the other number was. So, Hyrule Castle. Generally, you want to come here once you have a weapon. If the goal is to beat Ganon, does it matter which crystal is red? In terms of, like, just getting to Ganon? No. But it might be important. If there's an important item that Pyramid Fairy has, then yes, it's important to know which ones are which. Because that way you know which crystals you need. Yes, I am. This is a bit of a Link to the Past randomizer for beginners here, Luna. It's not like the title says that or anything. Jeez, imagine. I'm just kidding. It's fine. But yeah, generally my recommendation is you should always mark what crystals are where on your tracker. It's just helpful, and it's helpful for people coming into the stream at a later time or something. They can see what you've done and what's what. Yeah, I mean, that is essentially what it is, Luna, though. Chest here, we get a heart piece. So yeah, these guards drop keys as well, which is why you need a weapon to deal with this place. You might be able to do it with bombs, but it would be miserable and I wouldn't recommend it. So like once you get a weapon, be it like the hammer, or the bow, or a sword, something of that nature, then it's maybe not a bad idea to check out Hyrule Castle here, because it has a fair few chests as well. Next we're going to take out this guy. In fact, we'll just kill him, it's fine. Takes quite a few hits. You can use the pots in the cell to the left as well if you want. He always drops the big key, which always leads to this. More money, amazing. Now at this point we have to walk all the way back and it sucks. It might actually be faster to save and quit, like go from Link's house, and you know, come back to the dungeon that way, don't know. But we're just gonna walk back because we can, I guess. If you had the mirror, you could just mirror back to the entrance, which is way faster. Another thing that is an option is you can death warp. You could intentionally die, and then select save and continue. That would bring you back to the dungeon entrance as well. That might be a bit of a faster way to do it too. But we're just gonna walk back. For posterity or something, I don't know, but that's what we're doing. How much rupees can you hold? Yes, actually you can hold 9999. In the original game, it's 999 rupees, but they changed that, which is a very, very welcome change, if you ask me. Because it's so annoying having to deal with rupee limits and stuff. You're basically never going to reach, you know, 9999 rupees. So yeah, it's just good to be able to have as many as you can have, for all the checks that require rupees and stuff, which there are a fair few. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to come up here. We're going to do the dark section. Yeah, exactly. We have more than that because the randomizer changes that, which again is a very welcome change. So yeah, since we have the lamp, we can do this. If we didn't, if we were doing this in advanced logic and we had the fire rod, we could actually light this torch here. We're going to light this anyway just because it's helpful. Here we go. But yeah, if we had the fire rod, we could actually light this torch. And that would be actually considered in logic. That would actually be considered to be possible. But we're playing on basic item placement, so we don't have to worry about that. Get through here, get this chest. And since we have the key, we can actually go this way as well if we want. This is going to lead to what I call back of Sanctuary. We might as well go this way, but when you get the gloves, I'll actually show this as well, so it'll make sense. But we'll go this way just for showing one way to get there. So we come through here. One of the rats on the left is going to have a key here. I think it might be this guy. Yeah, there we go. He always drops a key. So we'll come over here, open this door. And now, if you have the Pegasus boots or the bombs, you can bust open this. We have a bomb, so we're going to use that. And there's 3 chests in here. 10 arrows. A book, that's pretty good. And rupees. So from this point, we will save and quit. Mark that we got the book. I think that should be everything in Hyrule Castle, so we'll go ahead and do that. Have I forgotten to mark anything? No, I think we're good in terms of the map. Just making sure. That's the wrong place. My bad. Hang on. I wanted to show you how else we could get there. The book lets you read some of the tablets that you find. There's tablets on Death Mountain and in the desert. You can read those. It also grants you access to Desert Palace. Yes, you get items from tablets and you can get to Desert Palace. So yeah, if we start from Sanctuary here, I'll show you what I mean about how the other way to access those 3 chests that we just opened. Man, I'm so out of breath. I'm talking too much. So if you have the silver gloves, you can open this. You can get rid of these rocks, push this grave open, head on down, and hey, look, we're down here. And then you can use a bomb and get in that way. So that's another way to do that. Okay, where to next? What should we do? Let's get back to Kakariko Village, I think. Because there's going to be some things we can do there. Probably looking at the... you're probably looking at the map tracker and being like, we should probably go to the Dark World, there's quite a bit of things we can do there. I agree, let's do that. Now, we could actually fight Ganon with what we have and get into the Dark World that way. That is a possibility. But we can, there's other ways to do it, so we're going to do that for now. We're going to fight Ganon eventually, because of course I want to show how that works. But later. Okay, so where's the sick kid again? He's over here. I remember, I know how this game works. So, since we got the bottle, we found a bottle, we can show it to the sick kid and he'll give us an item. He gave us a bottle, which is hilarious. Okay, very funny. Go ahead and mark that off. Okay, so, with gold gloves, we have Dark World access over here. I'll show you what I mean. Come over this way. And here is a level 2 rock that we can lift up. And this leads to a Dark World portal right here. Now, another way you can access this, you can see there's 2 hammer stumps here. If you have the silver gloves and the hammer, you can also reach this portal. So that's another way to get here. So that's something important to keep in mind. But let's head to the Dark World. We don't have a lot of hearts, but we do at least have blue mail. Alright, from here we have quite a number of things we can do. I generally like to start by heading towards the Dark Kakariko, Village of Outcasts, whatever you want to call it. I just refer to it as Dark Kakariko, but I think Village of Outcasts is the official name. First thing we can do is the chess game here. This requires 30 rupees. In the randomizer, the second chest you open will always be whatever item you're supposed to get. Yeah, there are still things we can do in the light world, that's true. We'll get to them later. We're gonna get everything. But I figure, since there's probably a bit more stuff we can do in the Dark World at the moment, let's just go here. So we will mark off the chest game, there we go. Up next is the brewery, I think it's called, over here. We can use a bomb to bust this open, and also, this bush right here, this bush that I just cut, has a 50-50 chance of having a bomb. So if you need a bomb to open that, that's a way you can potentially get one. One chest in here. Even more money. We have so much money, wow. Let's see. Here we go, there's a bomb. And I think one of these bushes over here might have a bomb in it as well, I'm not sure. It is a bit weird, but yeah, don't question it. Go ahead and mark that off. And then next we will head over to... This is referred to as C-shaped house, because it's shaped like the letter C. As you can see, it's 20 bucks, amazing. Now another thing we should do, since we are now in the Dark World, we can check the map and see what all of our things are. Okay, so we see that Thieves Town is a red crystal, so we'll go ahead and say that that's red. Skull Woods is a pendant, so we'll say that it's a pendant. Misery Mire we know about. And Pod, Palace of Darkness, is a blue pendant, so mark that. There we go, now we know what everything is. Cool. It's interesting. It's saying that Thieves Town is possible with glitches. That's interesting. Ow. That might be because we need the hammer to get one check in here, but we should be able to do everything else. So we might as well see what we can do while we're here. I do like to check the front of Thieves Town here, even if it's a pendant. Because there's 4 chests in here, and that's a mirror. Very nice. As you can see, the mirror lights up a whole bunch of stuff. The mirror is pretty important. So now, we still need the flippers if we want to get that hammer that we saw, but we're making progress towards that. Yes, now we can reflect on what to do, indeed. Excuse me. Yeah, that bunny beam always seems to get you. This is Cadence's bunny sprite, by the way. I like it. All the custom sprites have little bunny sprites too. It's cool. It's really well done. We get a compass. And then one more check here, which I think has to be the big key, because we haven't seen it yet. There we go. Unless you're playing Key Sanity, the big key has to be in the front here, because there's a big key door up here. Get bunny beamed again. Thanks a lot, game. Excuse me, gentlemen. I don't really appreciate you being here. Ow. Head over back this way. Ah. Head on up here. Get rid of these guys. There's a heart under there, and there's a key under here. And with said key, we can go this way. Just avoid all the dudes. Careful where you go, watch out for the baddies. This room can be a bit annoying. I don't like these dudes, they're so weird. I usually just try to avoid them, but you can fight them as well. Too many things? Okay. Under this pot is a key, and then we can use this skull to actually hit that switch, unless that dude gets in the way, which he did. That's fine, we'll just kind of work around it. There we go. Head on up this way. Switch over there. I think the rest of these have bombs and magic and stuff, which is fine. But yeah, you want to change that switch in the previous room so that you can access that switch in there. Take out these dudes if we like. Get even more money apparently. And then we want to make sure we bomb this open, because you need to do this to fight the boss. They give you some bombs under those pots, or skulls, or whatever you call them. Dark World pots. Now we're gonna head back down. Make sure you leave the switch set to blue. Because with the switch set to blue, we can go this way. Get out of the way, sir. Deceased person's heads. Yeah, that's the one. Now we're gonna head down this way. So, if for some reason you don't have the gloves, which, you probably have to get here, but if you don't, you can actually fight all these enemies. And that door opens. But if you do have the gloves, of any kind I believe, then you can pick this up. It's a bit faster to just go this way. Oh, really? It's fair enough. I mean, I suppose it's not obvious. So now we want to chat to you. There we go. She's following us now. Get a key. Open some of these. Now, with this key, we can open this door over here. But we actually don't have the hammer to, I'll show you. In this room, as you can see, we need the hammer to actually, to get to that chest. So we can't actually check this yet, which is a bit sad. But we will come back when we can. Unless it turns out to be like the compass or something. Then maybe we won't come back for it. Do we have, we don't have the map. Let's hope that, the boss has an item for us. And not the map, otherwise we'll be a bit sad, won't we? But like I've been saying, I do want to get all the checks, so maybe I guess I will come back to it. It's fine. Alright. And then blind always gives us a pun. Good pun. So, the way blind works is blind always takes 3 hits, regardless of what sword you have, per head. So 1, 2, 3. I might be bad and die here, that is a possibility. That's fine, we died. No big deal. Bamboos, Lord? I'd believe it. We could try again if we want, or we could just come back. Since we need to come back, since we need to come back with the hammer anyway, we'll just come back and fight blind later. That's no big deal. Once we have more hearts and stuff, we might be better prepared for that. Where to now? Let's head on down. And do some of the stuff. You died many times to him? Yeah. Low hearts with blind is a scary situation. He could have the flippers, that is possible, and would make me a little bit sad. But that's fine, we'll do some other stuff first. Now we should probably do this while we have the chance. With the gold gloves, we can do the smiths here. So go ahead and grab this guy. He's gonna follow us. Now, if you have advanced item placement on, well, one thing that's actually possible here is you can actually do this without the mirror. You know, we're gonna go over here and we're gonna use the mirror to get back to the light world and deliver the smith that way. Another thing you can do is save and quit. He will stick with you if you save and quit. Which means that you could like save and quit, go back to Sanctuary, walk back to Kakariko, and rescue him that way. So yeah, what we do is we deliver him here, we walk out and we'll walk back in, and then he'll give an item to us. In this case, it's red mail, very nice. That might only work in the Japanese version, yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that. Yeah, there we go, we delivered him. So, since we've done that, we can actually come back to the Dark World with the portal that we used, and we can grab this here purple chest, which we're gonna do. And then with the purple chest, probably the best way to do this is gonna be to save and quit. So we'll do that. And we're gonna save and quit, we're gonna go back to Link's house. As you can see, the purple chest is still following us. And we have to go and take this to our buddy, the retired thief. Now, important thing to note, if you have the Pegasus boots, you can't run, because pressing A drops the chest. So you have to walk everywhere with it, which is a bit annoying. Yep, warmer. That's right. Oops. There we go. He had half magic, which is really nice. Awesome. Half magic is such a, like... It's such a silly, such a sillily worded item. It gives you double magic, basically, or halves the magic that you need to cast spells. It's very strangely worded. Where to? Let's go back to the Dark World at the entrance we went to before, because there's a bit more we can do. Yeah, and in the vanilla game, it's so confusingly worded. He's like, the bat dude says something. It's like, ooh, I'm gonna halve your magic and it's bad. Yeah, but I don't know, it's just such, when I was a kid, I thought it was a bad thing, and it's not, it's actually really good. I don't think it was very well done if that's the way they did it. So here we are back in the Dark World. We're gonna do a few more of the other overworld things we're able to do here. Yeah, well, it wasn't a very good one. Because it sure confused, you know, 7-year-old me, however old I would have been. Yeah, like there should have been like, you know, you seem to have been cursed, but now items cost half the magic or something like that. That would have been perfect. Right, so over here, this is the digging game. One important thing to note about the digging game is you can't do it if something is following you. So if you have the smith following you, or the purple chest following you, it won't let you do the digging game. So that's something important. That's why you want to make sure you route correctly. But we can do it since we don't have anyone following us and we have the money. Costs a whopping 80 rupees to do it. And you don't need the shovel to do this actually. You're just given a shovel to do this with. Now the way this works in the randomizer is it will be given to you at some point between 1 and I think it's 30 digs. Sure is taking a little bit here. Jeepers is a long one. There we go. We got a heart container out of it. You can keep digging afterwards if you want. You might get some useful things. No, it doesn't seem like it was Hardknack. It seems like it was just random. So yeah, they made it make sense in this. We can also mark off these. What's that one? That's purple chest. We did that. Okay. Getting all 30. I mean, it's possible, and it sucks when it happens. No, it's the number of digs, exactly. At some point between 1 and 30 digs, you will get the item. Next up, we can do Stumpy. He's called Stumpy because he turns into a stump. He's gonna give us the mushroom. Okay, he's gonna give us a fetch quest, basically, but there you go. We'll get to the mushroom later. The mushroom we go give to the witch in the light world. We'll get to that when we can. Is that the case? I don't think so. I think in vanilla, it's just random when you get it. So, since we have the mirror, we can do this. If you don't know about it in the vanilla game, it's kind of a little bit sneaky, but this little patch of bushes is a little bit suspicious. So if we go back to the light world while we're near it, would you look at that? There's a little cave up here. This is called Cave 45. I have no idea why it's called that, but it is. It also has the cape, which is pretty nice. Very good. Go ahead and mark that off. There we go. Head on back to the dark world here. Hopefully we're not in a wall. We're not, that's good. Alright. I think it's about time for the best cave. We all know what cave I'm talking about. It's time for Hype Cave. Yeah. Hype Cave. I think it's, I'm not really sure why it's called Hype Cave. I guess just because there's 5 things in it. I think that is pretty hype, to be fair. Sometimes it's not very hype, yeah. Okay, also important thing, this guy has an item, so chat to him. Don't forget to talk to him. And here we have floor chests. Hype Cave was really not very hype on this occasion. Oh well. Yeah, no, imagine chatting with people. Alright, since we have the mirror, we can also head down this way. There's one thing we can do. So we shall do just that. Since we have the book, the mirror, and the Master Sword, we can check the... Excuse me. We can check, I think it's the Bombos tablet here. Just, you know, deal with those guys. Some suspicious looking stumps. What would happen if we did this? We're on a ledge. Amazing. Go go ahead and read this with the book. Now, if you don't have the Master Sword, but you do have the book, this will actually give you a hint for what item is at this location. But we're just gonna straight up get it since we have the Master Sword here. It's 20 bucks. Amazing. Go ahead and mark that off. What do we want to do next? We could hop into Desert Palace briefly, and I guess we might as well. Yeah, the poor vulture gets blown up. What are we waiting about, Luna? What's up? We'll head into Desert Palace and see if we can finish it off here. It's possible. But we're gonna need to come back with the boots. Yeah, when you check that, it gives you the power of Bombos, which is the medallion that you get from that, and it demonstrates it to you by using it there. So the stone explodes. Yeah. Alright, so, first thing to check is this over here. Yeah, this isn't important, which is good. You really want to hope that this isn't an important item here, because you need the boots for it. Yeah, you need the boots to... Oh, actually, we can check the hint too. We might as well. Just to show that. A heart container is underwater. Amazing. Thanks, game. You only played it once a while ago. I mean, that's fair enough. Yeah, the ether tablet does it as well. Deal with that guy or not. There's a switch here, which has a key, which is good, because the key means we can go over to the right. Yeah, no, don't go up in that room. It's just a trap room. That's the big key. Very good. Yeah, if you ever see me, like, not going into certain rooms, it's probably because you don't need to go there. Just FYI as well. I'm kind of doing this, like, showing the best route to take for each of these dungeons, so... If you're ever confused, like, hey, why are you not going there? I kind of do it on autopilot, so let me know if you're ever not sure. Since we got the big key, we can also head over here, see what's in the big chest. The switch is over here. I'm doing great, I'm trying. That's a map. Yeah, there's a few. I think there's one in... I'm trying to think. I want to say there's one in, like, Turtle Rock as well. I think Misery Maya has one too. But yeah, of course, if you ever have any questions, you know, feel free to ask. That's what this is all about. Yeah, I'm gonna not do that. Down here, we can get the item on Desert Ledge, because we can get out here. It's a bottle. We did it. Go ahead and mark that off. There we go. I'm sure she is. Alright, so, since we have the lamp and silver gauntlets, we can get in here. You'll see why we need the lamp in a moment. And a sword as well. A sword is important too. I'm forgetting where the key is for some reason. There we go. You don't need anything else in this room, so just grab the key, which is always in that bottom left pot, and then head on up. Take out these dudes. There's a key under that pot. And then there's a key under this pot. They really like their keys under pots in this palace, it would seem. And then here, this is why you need a fire source to clear Desert Palace. You need either the lamp or the fire rod. Both of those will work on the torches here. You don't have to worry about Mr. Red Igor here. You might think, oh no, I need the bow to kill him. You do, but you don't have to kill him to get to the boss here, so you're fine. So now we're gonna fight our good buddy, I'm forgetting his name now. Why am I forgetting his name? I'm really blanking on his name. Someone remind me, please. Landmo, that's it. Landmola, that's the guy. Can't tell how many times you forgot to Landmo, forgot the big key. Oh no. So, we can use the sword to fight him. Since we have Master Sword, we can use the sword beams. I think actually our strongest weapon for fighting him is going to be the Ice Rod actually. The Ice Rod and Fire Rod both do very good damage to him here. So let's try that out. But you could use like the bow against him, the hammer, plenty of other things work. Yeah, it's doing real good damage. There we go. And he had the compass. So we're gonna have to come back for that piece of heart on the torch, but that's okay. Hey, look, it's taken us an hour, but hey, we did a dungeon. Go us. So now we can mark that we've collected the crystal from Desert Palace. Alright. Yeah, the Ice Rod does damage some bosses. Like, I know it works on Landmola there. I'm not sure if it works on other bosses. Let's see, what do we want to do next? I reckon probably let's head towards Death Mountain. There's going to be quite a few things we can do there. Probably the closest is Sanctuary. But yeah, the Ice Rod is not the most useful item. The only thing that is required for the Ice Rod is Trinex, yeah, the boss of Turtle Rock. And it sure sucks when you're missing just the Ice Rod. But yeah, it does have some uses too. Like, we can probably use it to freeze this guy, for example. There you go. So, Death Mountain, we can head over this way. This is the same route we take in the standing game here. It's possible to do this without the lamp. It's a bit tricky, but if you memorize the layout of the cave, it's very possible. It happens to all of us, Flynn. So we're gonna bring the old man with us here. Excuse me. These enemies are called Dead Rocks, and they are the most annoying enemies in the game because they like to get in your way all the time. Show the old man to this cave and he will give you an item. Now, another nice thing that rescuing the old man does here, I'll show you. If we save and quit, load up the game again, now we have the mountain cave as an option. So rescuing the old man allows you to get here, allows this mountain cave save point to be available, which can be really useful. So we're going to go ahead and select that. We could also chat to the old man to restore our health. Yeah, it's really nice. And now we're just out here. So that can be a nice quick way to get around sometimes too. Excuse me. Next thing to do will be up this way. Yes, watch out for the cabbages. It's totally what they are. That's a fire rod up there that we'll be getting in a moment. Very nice. And also peek and see what this item is. So sometimes it's good to check this before you get it. But since we're going for all the checks, we're going to go ahead and grab this. This is Spectacle Rock, or Spectacle Rock Cave here. The way you get to this is you jump down this ledge here. Then you can go into this cave. Oh, it is pretty annoying in Zelda 1, yeah. So we're gonna head on up. And we'll get our hard-earned 20 rupees. Also see what this hint says. Some cash needs fire in Tower of Hera. Well, we know what that's going to be when we get there in a moment, but that's fine. Might be faster to just save and quit. Go back to the mountain cave here. Heal up again, because we can. It's a Chrisley. How's it going, man? Good to see you. Alright. So next on the list, since we have the mirror, we can go up and, head towards Tower of Hera, and we can get that fire rod that we just saw, which is real great. You're raiding with just you? Sure. I'll take it. Alright, let's equip the mirror here. In terms of items on this side of Dark Death Mountain here, there's not really much. There is one. We can drop down here for, to gain access to Spike Cave. That is one check we could do, but we need the hammer, so actually we can't do it yet. So instead what we shall do is just mirror over here, like we do in the normal game. And get ourselves a fire rod. Go ahead and mark that. Mark that we got it. Good stuff. Now, since we have the book and the Master Sword, we can also check out the Ether Tablet over here. How am I? I'm doing well. Doing a big old beginner-friendly randomizer here to help folks out. And we got 20 bucks again, yay! Alright, now as you can see, Tower of Hera is in green, which means that we can get everything there. How do Australians eat their popped corn? I admit it's been a really long time since I've even had popcorn. If I can select the boomerang, please. Upside down, yeah, exactly. So this check here is called Seyward's Basement. Because once upon a time I was doing a race with some of my friends, and this was the hookshot, and I didn't check it for ages because the Tower of Hera was a pendant. So I never went in here. It was a bit sad. That's why sometimes it helps to check pendant dungeons. For us, that was a key, which is fine. Some cash is underwater. Great. Yeah, it was a bit mean. It was a bit sad. So yeah, that is forever known as Seyward's Basement. That check there. So I'm gonna try to show you a nice little time-saving, excuse me, time-saving trick here if I can. Well, not really time-saving, but annoyance-helping trick here. So if we select the bomb, place a bomb here, and kind of stand halfway on the... Oh, I missed it. That's okay. If you stand like halfway on the blue switch there, while it changes, it'll be in like a sort of invincible state where you're kind of half on the switch and half not. And what that does is it means the tiles won't actually hit you. So you can just stand there and let all the tiles do their thing. But it's alright, we'll just hit him with the sword here, no big deal. Yeah, it would be nice if the shield, you know, actually helped in that situation, but no, it doesn't. Yeah, the tiles are generally pretty rude. So this room, you need either the fire rod or the lamp. We can light these torches. There we go. And as we heard, we get 1 rupee out of that. Fantastic. Go ahead and mirror back. There we go. Yeah, the mirror is always helpful in this, because being able to get back to the start of the dungeon really fast can definitely save quite a bit of time. Don't remember if we want to hit that or not, but we'll hit it. Yeah, that's fine. Knock that guy into a pit. A cryptocurrency called rupee? Well, I mean, rupees are already a thing in... Isn't that the Indian currency? Yeah, we're just doing a Zelda randomizer here. A bow, heck yeah. Go ahead and mark that. Very good, that's very helpful. Some arrows requires the hammer. Great, now we know. But yeah, I'm just going through this, explaining everything as I go. Hoping that it's helping people out. That's the goal here. So just like in the standard game, you set this. Make sure you drop down specifically from the top of that hole, by the way. Otherwise it won't work. You'll probably fall down the, fall down and, fall down the next hole on the next floor, which sucks. Alright, it's time for everyone's favorite boss, Modorm. We love Modorm. Modorm's great. He's pretty tough for new players if you have the fighter sword. We at least have the master sword here. Still gonna take a fair few hits, and I'm also just gonna immediately fall off. So, you know, I'm really good at this game. You know, it's great. But generally speaking, in a randomizer setting, you'll probably do a bit better than you would in the standard game here. One thing we could do to make things easier, we could use the cape. The cape might help out a bit. Like so. Veggie burger. That's exactly what he is, actually. There we go, should be the last one here. There we go. The cape helped us out quite a bit there. And we get a compass. And there we go, that should be Tower of Hera all done for us. Yeah, we got everything, didn't we? Sweet. Let's mark that off. There we go. The later game? Yes, they do, don't they? He does look kind of funny in the later ones. Yeah, everybody loves the compass being on the boss, absolutely. Oh, right. We would go this way, but we don't have the hammer. Whoops, okay. We are kind of starting to run out of things to do here. Tell you what, since we got the bow, we can finish off Easton Palace. Let's do that. That sounds like something to do. We're gonna have all the Light World dungeons here. The mirror strat. Yeah, I know I should have, right? Absolutely. Alright, head on over this way. Head back to Easton Palace. Since we have the bow, we can finish it now, so that's what we'll do. Alright. I could see a kid making that mistake. Alright. Yeah, in theory. Sadly, not in practice. So since we've already checked all the tests here earlier, we're just gonna make our way to the end here. Yeah. But it's a magic mirror. Yes, actually you can reflect Aghanim's shots with the bug net, which is pretty funny. Alright, so through here, one of these dudes is gonna have a key. I forget which one, it's apparently that one. There we go. Use said key to head on up here. Hit that switch is always there. Murphy's Law, Knack? How do you mean? Oh yeah, you can reflect Ganondorf's lightning attack with a bottle in Ocarina of Time, which is pretty funny. Alright, and this is the reason you need the bow here. Because you can only beat that guy with the bow. So, yeah, if you don't have the bow, you can't finish Easton Palace. That's the fast way to do that, go back and forth there. There's a 50-50 chance it's always the ones you don't pick. Oh, yeah. Alright. So, Armos Knights. I like to stand in this corner and just basically spam the bow at them. Because they kind of rotate in this direction, it kind of works out. Well, I'm not doing a very good job, am I? You can use the sword as well. But the bow does the most damage. And the last one turns red, just shoot him a bunch as well. There you go. That's boss compass number 3, I think, at this point. Is it possible to stop the last one from transforming? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure what happens is when you get to one left, he regains all the health that he lost. So yeah, I don't think it's possible. I've never heard of it being a thing. Okay, so that's Easton Palace done. Mark that off. Really? I've never heard of that, actually. Tell you what, since we're in the area, why don't we go check the mushroom? We'll go give the mushroom to the witch, and then we can also head to King Zora and see what he has for us. Basically, kill it before it turns. Yeah, right. That sounds like that would be hard. I've never done that or seen that before. Imagine being good at this game, right? Yeah, no, I'd never even heard of it. Hey, look, the shield actually did something useful there. Alright, so over here, we need to select the mushroom, and then we can hand it over to the witch. And then the way this works is, in order for the item to appear in the shop, we have to leave the screen and come back. And then we can see what waits for us in here. It was bombs, amazing. Now if you want some free healing, you can chat to this person. Let's also, we can get rid of this bee. Let's grab a blue potion. And what's our other bottle? 2 greens. Let's actually use up some of these. We'll grab a few blue potions while we're here. Maybe just one. Here we go. Your shield didn't notice a difference. Yeah. It's not that amazing. It can help. Like, the level 2 shield is pretty good against, like, blind, for example, because blind shoots out those little red balls that damage you. The shield, the shield does block those, the level 2 shield. So you might think you need the boots or the, level 2 gloves for this. No, you can actually just jump down here. You got a call that blew out your eardrums. Oh no, what happened, Flynn? Someone with their volume up too high? So this is probably something you would want to do later when you actually have the flippers. They were just way too loud, oh man. But I mean, in the vanilla game, this is where you normally get the flippers anyway. Nice bombs there. I'm bad at walking, apparently. I knew you were going to say that, Knack. They are pretty nice. Alright, King Zora. So to buy King Zora's item, you need 500 rupees, which is quite a bit. So let's see what we win. Bombs. Not really worth it, hey, but we did it. I'm gonna save and quit. What a deal. Mark it off that we did that too. We are slowly running out of things, aren't we? Let's head back to the Dark World at, Kakariko. Can heal by chatting to Zelda. There's a couple little overworld things we can do there. This is actually starting to look like it could be an Agaseed at this rate, which is funny. Because yeah, if we were to defeat Aghanim, that would give us access to the pyramid, which would give us a few more things we can do. Where am I going? Not the right way. Yeah, I'm thinking we'll do Skullwoods. And we can, actually, we should probably see if we can finish off Thieves Town as well. Well, we can at least beat Blind, actually. Yeah, right, she's pretty good in Smash. Alright. Let's head down, see if we can beat Blind. I reckon we can do it. We unfortunately still need the hammer to get that one more chest in there. In here, but that's okay. Yeah, that's true. We can use the cape. That'll help us out quite a bit. And not to mention we have red mail now and a fair chunk of hearts. We should be fine. Game's lagging a little bit, but that's fine. It's like that. Excuse me, gentlemen. Very nice. Ah. What does the cape do? I will show you. It turns you invisible and invincible. Yep. Makes some bosses a lot easier, like this. Another thing you can do that can make Blind a bit easier, if you have the Master Sword, you can use sword beams on him too. Which can really help. And it still takes 3 hits. Always takes 3 hits. There you go. Much easier time with it there. Mark off Thieves Town. Thank you for the GG. Now that is the second red crystal. So with that, we don't have access to the pyramid at the moment, but if we did have access to the pyramid, we could actually get to Pyramid Fairy now. Enabled flight, yeah. Okay, so now let's head over to Skull Woods. Now this dungeon is a little bit confusing in the vanilla game because of all the different entrances and stuff. And in the randomizer, if you're not careful, you can potentially soft lock yourself, which is not ideal. I'll kind of show you what I mean. So I would not recommend dropping down here first. If you're feeling brave, you can, but you might end up not getting any keys, and that would mean you'd have to save and quit out. So what I usually like to do is instead go this way, hit in here first, and we can just kind of get this chest over here. We get 10 arrows, great. So since that wasn't a key there, I'll show more of the safe strat here for you. So we could drop down that hole, and there's a pretty reasonable chance there's going to be a key down there, but in case there's not, we're instead going to head to the back first. Yeah, you got to walk into the spikes, that's definitely an important part of the process. Absolutely. So over here is a guaranteed key. This one is really easy to miss. But yeah, there's just a key there, and that key is always there, so now we can go back and do the front side a lot more safer. But while we're here, we should also do this check here, which is a little bit annoying. Since we have the fire rod, we'll use that to take out these Gyptos here, like so. Oh, that was closer than it really should have been. Mr. Wallmaster is very annoying. Sadly, you cannot permanently kill him either, he's just always here. If you have the red cane, this room is much easier, as I'm sure you can imagine. You can just place the block on that switch, you don't have to push and pull anything, and it's great. We got a map, amazing. Now, also, if you're in need of magic, you can also bomb open this wall here. I'll just show this to you guys. And under this pot is a full magic top-up. Nice to know. It's a bit inconvenient, but if you desperately need some, that's a spot to get some. Alrighty, now we shall just head back to the front. Get the few chests there that we need. So the best place to enter is over here. I usually enter from this hole. This will let us get the 3 chests in this section. Watch out for these dudes. It's true, it is a bit false advertising, isn't it? Have they ever walked on the walls, actually? I feel like they might have once, but I might be wrong on that. Anyway, first there's the chest here. You might be thinking, wait a minute, Seyward, you just skipped a chest in that room. What'd you do that for? The reason for that is, once you open this chest, a whole bunch of pits show up. And it's a lot easier to just go up and get the chest over there first, rather than having to, deal with these pits and on the way back. So I like to get the upper chest first, then that one. Zelda 1, they come out of the walls, that's right, yeah. Go ahead and use the fire rod here. Very well, whatever. Get another key. Good one, Luna. Okay, so we also got the big key on that expedition, so we can check out what the big chest has for us too. Dark Pit, yeah, best character. So we drop down here. If you remember in the Light World, we did the same thing. So that's kind of a hint for this. Bust this open with a bomb. Now you might think you need to flick the switch to do this, but you actually don't. So you might think, oh man, how do I get across these pits? They're in the way. You can change the switch on the floor back here, like that little star switch there. Or you can do this. You can just kind of walk along the little safe spot on the floor here. Don't ask me why it works, but it does. And we get another key. Now we'll just mirror back to save a little bit of time. If you have the hookshot, you can hookshot the statue down there to get you back across a lot faster. Or we could do a bomb jump as well, but let's not show off any crazy tricks or anything yet. Yup, must be magic. Alright. So that's all the checks in the front. Yeah, I feel like he was a little bit of an unnecessary inclusion. He's not really all that different to Pit. The whole Echo Fighter thing is weird, but anyway, let's not get off topic. So, next is the back of Skullwoods. Now, to get here, you have to have the fire rod. There's no other way to get in here, so you need to use the fire rod on this. We did it. So now I sometimes remember the way across these, but other times I don't. And it's left at this one. Yeah, there we go. Take the stairs and go up this way. It is pretty cool, isn't it? It's a cool animation. And what do we win here? A key! Amazing. Now it's a heck of a lot faster to use the mirror here, so we're gonna do just that. There we go. So yeah, you can just kind of skip past that room, which I like to do. You can kind of walk diagonally and skip past all the pits. Best way to handle that, I think. Now these Gibdos can be a little bit of a pain sometimes. If we can kind of bunch them together here, might be able to get more than one. There we go. They sometimes drop magic as well. There's magic under these pots as well. Let's wait for this one to go out. Now let's assume you're in, like, you don't have much magic here. We can also use the lamp for these torches, but not the back one. Wait for that. Okay, so you would go like this, light this one, this one, this one, equip the fire rod, and there you go. Ah. I don't like being a bunny. Okay. Use your sword to open this. And then, one of these dudes has a key on them. You probably won't need it by this point, but if you do... Yeah, that Gibdo has a key. Wait for that. Be wary of the Wallmaster in this room. He can actually grab you while you're in the falling animation, so be really careful there. This is Mothula, he sucks. Well, since you'll always have the fire rod getting to him, the fire rod makes for a very good weapon against him. Unfortunately, he has a bit of a weird glitch. I'm not sure if it's present in the, US release, but, if he hits any of the spikes when you attack him, he won't actually take any damage. It's a very strange bug, and I don't know why it's a thing. So you want to be careful and try not to knock him into the spikes. Like he probably didn't take damage from that attack just then. There you go, not too bad. I probably made that look a bit easier than it is, because he's pretty tough. Wow! There's the flippers that we need. Excellent. And that Skullwood's done as well. Mark that off. That's a place for the flippers, yeah. Now, another thing we can do while we're here, since we have the mirror and the book, this is a really good opportunity for us to check what the Master Sword pedestal has. So if we use the mirror like about here-ish, this will take us back to the light world, and we can just go ahead and see what the pedestal has for us here. We can use the book to read what's on the front. Just a little piece of love. That is a heart piece. So this requires all 3 of the pendants to get. So if we wanted this heart piece, we would need to also clear, in this case, Palace of Darkness and Misery Mire. You never want to see a good item on Ped. It sucks when it happens. Let's go back this way. We're actually going to walk back here, because we can head out and check a couple more things in the overworld here. But those flippers are really nice, and now we can get that hammer that we saw, and that's going to open up a lot. I need to keep taking talking breaks. Been yammering on so much, gosh. Okay, so I think we can head out this way, maybe not, maybe I'm lying to you. I think we can head out this way, actually. Yeah, this'll work. There's a couple Dark World, Overworld things here that we can do as well. Yeah, I'm trying to be. So you see on the map here, we're heading towards this item here. It's a heart container. So this is Bumper Cave. It's all good. It's not too bad. So, this is a bit of an interesting trick here. I think this might be something that you need, advanced item placement to be a thing. But it is actually possible to get this without the hookshot. So you're probably looking at this and you're like, oh man, I need the hookshot to get across this gap. Whatever will I do? Well, guess what? You can actually just, walk across here. You do need the cape. This is the one item in the game that requires the cape, although there might be another situation where you need the cape as well. I'll show that later. We can use the cape to get past this. And we get ourselves a heart piece, or heart container. There you go. Next up, we will head to the graveyard ledge here. Which is over this way. Now, there's a couple ways to get here. If you don't have, like, really many items, it is still possible to get here. I'll show you the very dumb way. So, you go through here, go across this, maybe take out this guy, get rid of this bush, get rid of this bush, and you made it. Or you can, if you have the boots, you can destroy those. Or if you have the level 2 gloves, you can pick that up. But yeah, that's the dumb way to get there otherwise, if you don't have any of those things. We'll go ahead and use the mirror here. And there's a sneaky cave, which we will go ahead and enter. Now, these 4 pots have bombs under them, and these 4 pots have hearts under them, always. It's a nice little thing for you. And in here we have, hey, look at that, a tempered sword. Very good. A very nice find for us. Mark that off. Okay, what next? Let's actually go fight Aghanim. Oh, no, yeah, let's fight Aghanim, why not? We have to do it eventually because we want to show everything here. But we could actually reach, the hammer now, which would give us access to the rest of the Dark World, and we wouldn't need... No, you know what? Actually, I will show that off instead. That's probably a better way. Because oftentimes, if you can avoid fighting Aghanim, you want to. I'm going the wrong way, by the way. So I'll show you an example of that. It's a bit of a journey, but a very worthwhile one. Because it would mean that we don't have to fight Aghanim. Why is that? Because if we don't have to fight Aghanim, we shouldn't, because he's not required. But there might be some situations where you have to, like I was saying way back at the start. If there's an item on Lumberjack Cave that you need, then yeah, you have to fight Aghanim to get that. The other reason you might want to fight Aghanim is for Dark World access. It's not our first Dark World access, but let's say for example that the flippers that we need are on the pyramid. We would have to defeat Aghanim to get to that. Because the hammer's on Hyrule Island and we need the flippers to get there. Otherwise, if we had the hammer, we could just use the hammer to get across the bridge. Yep, Aga Tower has 2 chests in it. And if you're not playing Key Sanity, they'll just always be keys. So this is what we're going to do to get to this hammer. We have to walk all the way this way. It's a bit of a journey. We could have also gone from the graveyard cave where I was earlier, but I just forgot about that, I guess. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, but that's fine, we'll go this way. Alright. We can go this way. So we head over this way to Lake Hylia in the Dark World here. And now that we have the flippers, we can jump in here. Watch out for that guy. And use the mirror in this spot. And look, it's a hammer! Amazing! And now you can see stuff lit the heck up on the tracker there. The hammer does quite a bit. Now, is there a way to get up here? Probably not, huh? Yeah, hammer time. So let me just quickly show you, why we wouldn't otherwise have access. But in fact we actually do, because with the flippers we can swim up here. And this takes us around to the other side of the bridge. So I'll show you for a sec. We'll come over here. Get rid of these nerds. And yeah, this little like hammer bridge here is why we weren't able to get to the other side. But since we had the flippers, we could swim up there. But if we didn't have the flippers or the hammer or something, how would we get over here? Well, we could defeat Aghanim, because when you beat Aghanim, he drops you off at the pyramid. So that's one of the reasons why you might need to defeat Aga in a seed. Which I think we're gonna go do now, just to show that. So we'll start at Link's house. Make our way back to Hyrule Castle. Head on through. BRB, no worries, this is a pretty good time for it. Although, stick around for just a moment if you like, and I'll show you an obscure thing if you can. If not, it's fine. So, this here is the barrier to Aga's Tower. In the vanilla game, you need the Master Sword to take this out. And that is still the case here too, you need at least the Master Sword to get rid of this. But, there's actually another way to deal with it. If you have the cave, guess what? You can just walk right on through. It's pretty cool. And it's quite an obscure little trick here. But yeah, I like it. I imagine basic item placement probably wouldn't have you do that, but I'm not 100% certain. It's pretty obscure. Get a key, and that'll always be a key. You need to defeat the 2 enemies in this room to spawn that chest, so keep that in mind. And now this is where it gets dark. Again, this is possible without the lamp, but it's awful and I would not recommend it at all. And I never remember the way through this maze. That's another key, what a surprise. I still don't know where I'm going, because I'm bad at mazes, but it's fine. Yeah, get out of here. Oh yeah, I forgot to mark Hyrule Island. There we go. This room also sucks if you ever have to do it in the dark, which you shouldn't, but if you do, it's a bad time. Would not recommend. And then one of these dudes has a key on him. Oh, yep, there we go. Get out of here, you. There we go. Something sharp requires a bomb. That's true, actually. That might be referring to the sword we found in Graveyard Cave. Take out these guys. All right. You push, yeah, this one, I knew that. Get rid of that guy. Drop in a heart, which we'll grab. All right. This cutscene happens, and yeah, you can't skip it, but that's alright, doesn't take too long. So you need a sword to cut this curtain, so that's why the sword is required. You also need a sword or bug net to hit Aghanims spells back, and you also need the lamp to get here. But now we can fight him. Let's do it. Pretty straightforward, just hit the spells back at him, and hope he doesn't blue ball us. Yeah, he can either send out that orb or like a blue ball, essentially, which is a spell that doesn't damage him. That's it right there. It's kind of annoying. And it's basically just random which one he uses. Whenever he goes up here, he's going to use the thunder attack as well. You can tell because he doesn't follow where you're walking. You see how he's looking at us where we're walking? He won't do that if he's doing the thunder spell. I find it best to stand, like, sort of, you know, on the same horizontal plane as him. Oh yeah, with that, we now have basically even more Dark World access than we did before. So yeah, that is a potential, that might be your first Dark World access, or it might be your access to this side of the Dark World if you don't have the hammer. Stuff like that. I'm gonna Pause for a moment. I need a sip real bad. Let me tell you. We're doing okay though, we're getting through the checks. Alright. Let us continue. So, if you're ever not sure what your goal is, this sign will actually tell you. You must collect 7 crystals and defeat his minion at the top of the tower. Yep. So that's saying, yeah, standard, defeat Ganon goal. Hey look, it's a red boomerang. I guess we'll take that. There we go. Mark that on the map. There we go. Where to next? Tell you what, since we have the mirror and stuff, there's a couple things we can do over here. Well, it doesn't require the mirror, I shouldn't say that, but it'll help with the routing here. This here is a shop, which is nice. If you need a potion, you can get one there, I think, but also if you have the mirror, you would just want to probably warp back to the light world and use the potions as the potion shop. Now, just like in the light world, you also don't need gold gloves or boots for that. You do need the regular gloves to get up here though, because earlier on there's a stone you have to lift. But this is Catfish. Throw him an item and he'll give you something. You're back, welcome back. He's gonna give us a rupee, yay! So now that we have the mirror, there's a bit of nice routing we can do here, which we can just warp on back to the light world here and get a couple things. Yes, yeah, good. That's a bit of an obscure one, but it's cool. So this is Waterfall Cave. You can use the flippers to get into the waterfall here. In the standard game, this is normally a fairy, and you throw her items and she gives you certain things. In this, if you have a bottle, you can throw it in and you'll get a random bottle item back, which can be cool. Our bottles are full, so it's not going to give it to us. Does it matter what you throw in there? No, just something that's around. Anyway, here we have bombs and a heart. That should be... is that the one? Nope. Waterfall Fairy, there we go. We're also going to go get that Zora ledge check as well. It's 3 bombs, but hey, we gotta get it, so we'll do it. Yeah, this is just right after you would normally get the flippers in the standard game. So, you would probably just be inclined to swim down this way anyways. But if you don't have the flippers, yeah, you need the flippers to get that. But you can at least see what it is beforehand, which is nice. In our case here, we know it's 3 bombs, but that's alright. Now, while we're at it on the whole flippers thing, I should probably show some of the other flipper checks while we're at it. Seyward's house. So with the flippers we can, of course, swim in the lake here. And a couple things this lets us do, which is pretty helpful. Firstly, we'll head up here and we can chat to our good friend Hobo, see what he has for us. What have you got? He's got 50 bucks. Good on him. Just great. All right. Now, next up is, I'll show this as well. Yeah, he's a rich hobo, apparently, right? Now, this is something you can do if you want to. If you're going for a fast time, it's not really necessary. We could also head into Ice Palace here if we want to, but we won't. Here is where we can buy, bomb and arrow upgrades if you want them. So we could do this twice more maybe, or once more, just for the heck of it. If you have money to burn, it's maybe not a bad idea. But in like a race setting, it's not often you'll see people really do this. They'll get by with 10 bombs and 30 arrows. But there you go, just to show that, we'll do that. Better burn that leg. Okay, and the other thing I want to show with the flippers here. This is not as obvious. This little whirlpool here actually takes you up to near where King Zora is. This is a pretty interesting warp because this could potentially mean, like, your first gloves could be in the waterfall, or maybe King Zora might be selling them. So that one's a bit of a tricky thing there too. But it's cool, I like it. What next? Let's maybe do pod, shall we? That seems like a good thing to do. Hey. Get out of here. So you might think, but wait a minute, you're heading to Easton Palace right now. Well, with the hammer, we can actually get there. Another way. Bust that open. And there we go. So, in order to clear pod, you need the bow, you need the hammer, and the lamp as well. Those are the three sort of main items you need, as well as, you know, Dark World access and all that, but in terms of strictly for the dungeon, those are the things you need. And in order to access pod at all, we're gonna have to chat with our monkey friend Kiki here. As we'll see in just a moment. Here he is, he's gonna steal 10 rupees from us. And make sure you don't get hit. If you get hit while he's following you here, he will run off. But once you get here, he will open this door for 100 rupees. So make sure you have 110 rupees before you try going to pod, because it won't work if you don't. Because he will not open the door for you. So there's a bit of a joke in our little group that the mirror is the best item for pod, and I will show you why. Hit this switch down here for a chest. Contains a key. Now at this point we have to walk back up and go back to the entrance. Well, guess what? We can just do this. Now if that item was not a key, we actually would the bow would be required for this dungeon. Since we got a key, we could open this door here. Let's pass on that for the moment. I'll show you what I mean by we need the bow. Over this way. We can check the hint tile while we're here as well. A heart container requires the hammer. Amazing. Bust this open. Watch out for these guys. They like to zap people. And this room is where we need the bow. because we cannot defeat Mr. Red Mimic here without it. And if you're in need of arrows, that pot will have some. Yeah, this is the route I like to take anyways. If I have the bow, I like to always go this way after checking that first chest back in the other room. Get another key there. You can bomb this open. There's some bombs here too if you need them. Or Quake. Cool, fair enough. And then if you're in need of health, there's fairies in this room here. I'll just show this in case you don't know. Yeah, a few fairies you can find here. Pretty nice if you need them. Now, since we do have the hammer, we can go this way. Flip this switch over. There's a trick I like to do here. If you have the boots, you can bonk off these stairs and get across that gap. It's kind of cool. Since we don't, I won't do it. If I did, I might show it off. But it's fine. This dude is really annoying. So we are instead gonna go this way. And, yeah, we'll start with this. You can bomb this open. This is probably the best way to do this. Do the bomb floor here first. You'll see why in a second. It might be. It depends. Because the medallions that you need to enter Misery Mire and Turtle Rock are randomized. So it turns out you might need Ether to get into Turtle Rock, for example. We got the map there. Now we can drop down. Get this chest. And then we're going to use the mirror again, because I'll show you why. So if we use this warp, it takes us back here. So it's just a time saver to use the mirror instead. Use this key on this door here, save a bit of time. We can continue on our merry way here. Get another key. Now I do want to show this off. Right now this switch is flipped correctly, but you might get into a situation where it isn't. Like maybe you've come from the other section to the right there, and it's really a pain to have to go over there and flip the switch. There's actually a neat little trick you can do to hit it from here. Kind of line up with the chest a little bit. And there you go, you can actually hit it with a well-aimed bow shot. But we're going to set it back. But that's a neat little trick there. Next up we have the old collapsing Bridge of Doom. Take out this guy. And we don't have the big key yet. Yeah, that's a nice little trick. We'll go this way first, in case we get the big key over here. Ow. Yes, indeed we do. Good. The reason why I want the big key is because the big chest is in the maze to the left, so we'll do that in a sec. Now, in advanced item logic, this room might be required without the lamp, because you can light this torch. Plenty of money to get in here. If you want it, we'll grab some, because we can. And with the key. And another key. I think Palace of Darkness has 6 keys in it, which is a lot. Makes it kind of interesting for key sanity. But yeah, it's a lot of keys. Oh yeah, and I should say, we just tend to call Palace of Darkness Pod, so whenever you hear Pod, yeah, Palace of Darkness. So now we can do the Dark Maze here. Not Keys, that's different. And even though I do have the lamp, I never remember my way through this thing, let me tell you. It's a hard container. Palace of Keys? Yeah, true. Very true. The compass, amazing. Just what we needed. I can't believe it. I'm gonna walk all the way back, and it's quite a process, but it's fine. And now this one is called Harmless Hellway because you can just, you know, go this way. And push this across. So yeah, it's pretty harmless. Alright. Now we need to make our way to the boss. Let's use this to hit the switch. I think we're going to need to flip that as well, if memory serves. Take out these dudes. Again, this is why you need the bow. It's gonna tank that, it's fine, don't even worry. Use the bow on this guy to move the wall painfully slowly. Alright. Use the hammer on this. We can like hit this with the boomerang or something. There we go. Head through here. And then we need the hammer to deal with these turtle fellas. There we go. That room can be a bit troublesome because the turtles can be pretty annoying sometimes. But yeah, just bonk with the hammer and then try to hit them with your sword. That's probably the best way. If you have a weaker sword than that, you can use the hammer too. It's a bit tricky, but you can, like this. And now it's time for Helmasaur King. Now you do need the hammer. You can in fact actually use bombs as well to break off his mask. It's very difficult and I wouldn't recommend it, but it is possible. So we're going to use the hammer instead. And actually, I do like to hold out the sword while I use the hammer here, because if you do that, you don't really get turned around each time you hit the mask. You stay facing forward. Just kind of, it feels more consistent. I don't know. I see the others do it, so I do it, honestly. There you go. Once we break off the mask, we can use the sword to hit him, or we can use the bow as well. If you have a weaker sword, the bow might be the way to go. Yeah, we'll just sword him to death here. Yeah, no, that's of course, Knack, no problem. Totally fine. Thank you so much for hanging out, though. I hope this is helpful. There we go, that's part all done. Yeah, no problem. And yeah, if you have any questions, let me know on the VOD. Have a good night. And I will see you when I see you, man. Okay. Seems a lot more manageable, yeah. Try it out at some stage and see how you go. Let's actually save and quit. I reckon next on the list, we'll see about that. Next on the list, let's do Pyramid Fairy. So since we have both red crystals, which for us happen to be Easton Palace and Thieves Town here, we can do this check. Yep, have a good night, man. Alright. So this actually requires the hammer because you need to use the hammer to bust these down. But actually, not necessarily. Let me show you something. I just remembered. If you've beaten Aghanim, there's actually an easier way to do this. So yeah, we can buy this for, I believe it's 100 rupees. Yep, there we go. Now normally we would go, you know, across the bridge to the right and around to the pyramid that way. If you've beaten Aghanim, there's another thing you can do. If you have the mirror as well. we can actually use the mirror here. Because there isn't a bridge in the Dark World, but there is in the Light World. And then, since we've defeated Ganon, the castle entrance here is actually a Dark World warp, much like it is when you do it in the vanilla game. So, now we've warped to the pyramid. Just like that. Then we can drop this off and watch it explode. Interesting thing, the bomb actually doesn't hurt you. No idea why, but it doesn't. Here we have some bombs. And 20 bucks, amazing. Not what we want to see, but that's alright. Let's do a couple other outstanding overworld things here, and then, as the map tracker suggests to us, we should definitely be heading to, oh, right. So when, I keep getting sidetracked. When you've beaten Ganon and you have the mirror, if you save and quit, the game will actually take you back to, the pyramid. Which is a little bit annoying. But as long as you save and quit in the Light World, then you'll get your options back. It's a bit of a weird thing with that. But yeah, we'll head back to the Dark World. Kakariko here, we can get that one item that was in Thieves Town that we needed the hammer for, and there's one more item we need the hammer for just nearby. And then after that, it looks like it's Death Mountain time. Definitely going to be something for us over there. We could also head to Swamp Palace, but I don't love the idea without the hook shot. So we'll pass on that for the moment. There might even be some things in Ice Palace, but I also don't really want to without the hook shot. So, back this way. We'll head on back to Thieves Town here. Alright. So, just the one check down here that we sadly didn't have the hammer to get to, but we can now. And it might actually, yeah, it's an item, so it could be something. Be pretty trolly if it was. The way I know it was an item there is because I just quickly looked at our inventory and saw that we had the map compass and big key. Hey Kate, how's it going? Hope you're doing alright. What you looking at me with a sad face for? Good, I see. Glad to hear it. You're sleepy? Fair enough. I know it's pretty late for you, right? Anyway, we're doing a little randomizer tutorial here. Today's a busy day? Oh yeah. So yeah, this one check in here requires the hammer. So yeah, it can be a bit sad when you have to do Thieves Town without the hammer, because having to backtrack for this one thing can kind of suck. Running on 8 hours of sleep, ugh. In 48 hours, ugh, no fun. Here was a blue rupee, but hey, that could have been like, I don't know, the red cane or something, or the boots. But yeah, there you go, that's the last thing we needed in there. Mark that off on the map. And we shall head over to, hammer pegs here. So ideally, when you have the hammer, this is something you'd want to do at the same time as the blacksmith, I would say. If you happen to have the hammer while you're there, you can still do this with the blacksmith following you around. Go ahead and whack all these down. Yeah, I'll probably be going for a little bit at this rate. I aim to check every single check in this, so it might still be a little bit. Get ourselves 10 arrows, incredible. Alright, looking at the map here, Death Mountain it is. So we should use the mirror, so we can use the Mountain Cave save point. A few hours, maybe. We'll see. Might not go that long. Maybe like another hour, hour and a half at most, I would guess. I'm not sure. Hard to know with randomizers. My voice is soothing? I try. Okay, so. Now we're going to be heading to Eastern Death Mountain here. There's several ways to get there. If you have the hookshot, you can hookshot across the bridge to the right this way. We don't, so we won't be doing that. Or if you have the hammer and the mirror, you can go up via Tower of Hera, where there's some hammer pegs you can whack down and get across that way. You'll see what I mean here. We shall head on over. Oh, actually, while we're here, since we have the hammer now, we can do, Spike Cave here. Get these down for the heck of it. Since we have the cape, this is going to be much easier. The best way to do this, though, I find, is to let your health get down as low as possible, and then use the cape. Because you'll get, you know, health back when you save and quit. But, you won't get magic back. There we go. Lift this up. There we are. It's a very annoying 10 bombs, but we got them. Oh, that's so annoying. This is one annoying thing about beating Aghanim, is it does this all the time. Sends you back to the pyramid. Like I said, it'll only do that if you've beaten Aghanim and you have the mirror. If you haven't beaten Aghanim, then you'll just always get these options. That's alright though. So now let us make our way back on up. Same place we were heading before. And there has to be progress up here at some point. Because we don't have much else to check. Get out of here, Tektites. Oh, geez, they're jumping around, aren't they? Did I get that one? Oh, that's catfish, I did that. Yes, mark that off. Alright. Let's head on past Tower of Hera, because we did that already. And now with the hammer, we'll be able to get over here. And there's gonna be stuff for us. Bust this down, and here we go. So since we've come out from this side, I like to do Spiral Cave first, which is this drop down right here. If you drop down here, hop into this cave. It's the leftmost drop down. Yeah, can you see why it's called Spiral Cave? It kinda looks like a spiral. Imagine. It's a heart piece. Fair enough. Now, which one of these several green dots is Spiral Cave here? That one, okay. Next up will be Paradox Cave. I want to see if I can show you why, because it's kind of funny. One of these is actually the bottom section. This should be the one on the right. So yeah, this cave is the bottom. You'll see what I mean. This is actually the bottom, right? But it's higher up on the mountain. So just remember that that section is higher up on the mountain. So we're going to jump down. And go in here. And then we're going to fall down. And now we're in this cave, which is higher up on the mountain. So it's very strange. So it's Paradox Cave. It's great. I love it. But yeah, Paradox Cave is a great place for the randomizer because there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. We got 2 chests right here. Rupees and an ether. Very good. Now we don't have to worry about what medallions we'll need for Maya and Total Rock. And also up here are 5 more chests, which is really good. So it's generally really good to check this as early as you can. There's a number of ways you can hit this switch. You can throw a bomb. You can use like the fire rod. You can use, I think you can anyways. Yeah, you can. Ice rod would probably do it. Probably use the bow, a sword beam, boomerang. Whatever works, just hit it, you know. The flute, excellent. That's very good. Mark that off, and that gives us even more stuff to do. And a shovel. Amazing. We'll have to check that later too. Now we'll go the long way around, which is a bit of a shame. You can do a bomb jump to get across that gap, but we won't look at any tricks or anything really on this, because things are confusing enough as it is, you know? Actually, let's head to the Dark World here. I should also show this as well. This is the bridge I was talking about. If you have the hookshot, you can hookshot across here. So yeah, you either need the hookshot or the mirror and hammer to get over here. But let's do the Dark World now. There'll be a few things for us here. It's not that one. I should remember that, but I don't. I think it's this cave here. If I was looking for the shop, I found it, so it's not that cave, it's actually the left one. So then we shall go this way. There's some cool tricks you can do here as well, but we won't worry about it. Although, this one is very easy. Maybe I should show it just for fun. So normally we're supposed to push this block to the left and go up that way. We can do that. There's an interesting glitch you can do with the mirror here, I'll show you. What you can do is this. So if you use the mirror while you're pushing a block, the block despawns. It's very strange and I have no idea why it's a thing. But it does, like it's really easy. You just start pushing the block and then mash Y. It's a very weird glitch, but it works. But obviously don't do it in dungeons. Doesn't work in dungeons because you'll just get warped back to the start. So yeah, like we can use it here, for example, to push these blocks a bit faster. That's a hook shot, excellent. Good to see, very good to see. What are we missing at this point? We do need the red cane. I think it might be red cane for go mode here. I'll explain what go mode is when it comes up, but you can probably guess. So now we'll do hookshot cave here. Which is actually very convenient that we just found the hookshot, isn't it? If you have the boots, it's actually possible to get this first chest down here. You would bonk off of this skull, and then bonk off of this skull, and that would get you across. But that should only be in advanced item logic, so that shouldn't come up in basic item logic. We get some bombs. And a heart. 10 arrows. Wow, nothing amazing here yet. And a heart piece. Can't win them all. That's alright. Next up, it would be good for us to see what we need to enter Turtle Rock. We don't need to open it yet or anything. It's Quake. So, the way we can actually mark this on the tracker, if you right-click one of the medallions, as you can see, so that marks Misery Mire, and that marks Turtle Rock. So now we remember that we needed Quake to get in there. And you can do that even if you don't have the item, as you can see. Alright, what next then? Let's see, did we mark all these on the map? Super Bunny Cave, that was the one with the 2 chests we did before. So yeah, I should explain. This one is Super Bunny Cave, where we were before. And the other one is Hookshot Cave. And I didn't do Floating Island, did I? Should probably do that. So this one's kind of weird. You can actually see this floor if you use Ether. Yeah, that's the layout of the floor there. What else did we do? Paradox Cave is done. That's the Zora area, we did that. Okay, so it's just, Floating Island here. need to remember the map tracker, but I often forget it because I've never used it before. It looks so bad on the overlay, I apologize. It's so stretched and ugly, but I just wanted to make it fit with the other stuff. Gets the point across anyways. Wow! That's the boots. Okay, wow. That's pretty good. The boots definitely help. Alright. Very nice. So there's a couple more things to show while we're here. So now let's go to Sanctuary, and there's a couple things we can show off. So now with the boots we can run. And really, once you get the boots in a randomizer, you really want to be using them as much as you can, because they are so helpful. You go so fast, it's great. Go ahead and show bonk rocks here. So yeah, you bonk into these rocks, and you get a heart piece apparently. There you go. I often forget bonk rocks. I don't know why. That's just one of the checks that I forget about sometimes. Couldn't tell you why, but that is how it is. So next we're gonna head up this way and apparently summon a swarm of angry bees. Not my intention. Yeah, now we can see this tree is kind of cut and a bit more green. If we use the boots, we can destroy it and hop down here. And get our very, very well-earned 1 arrow. We did it. Amazing. Now you can see there is one other green spot in the graveyard there. I actually want to show that in a different way. I'll show both ways to get it. But you'll see what I mean in a moment. Let's head over to Kakariko, where we'll be able to do another check here. Since we have the flute, we can activate the flute, and we should definitely do that because the flute is very, very helpful. Like if you want a fast seed, you want to get the boots and the flute really early. So we use our flute right here. Think this is enough time for a sip? I hope so. It was, very good. Okay. There we go. Let's do a couple other random things and then we can use the flute to walk back. So we can go grab the library check now, which was like bombs, I think. And then we should do the shovel as well. Next we'll head over this way. Another thing that defeating Aghanim does, there's a lot more guards around in the light world. Yeah, it spawns more of them. Which, I mean, it's manageable. But it is a consequence of beating Aghanim. So, the shovel spot you need to check is always just here. Now you might be thinking, wait, but I have the flute. How do I select the shovel? Press Y. There you go, we did it. And then to swap back to the flute, press Y again. Just select it, there we go. Alright, now we will head back to Kakariko. We will head to the Dark World and we'll check that one graveyard check. And I'll show you how we're going to do it in an interesting way. I'm not sure, it might not be in basic item placement. But it'll be good to show it all the same, I think. Alright. So we'll head over here. Back to the old graveyard. So, we were here before. Now this is a bit of an interesting thing. You come over here, and if we use the mirror right here, here-ish is probably okay. As you can see, we're inside this little gravestone spot. Otherwise, the way you access this is you have the gold gloves, as you can see. This is all surrounded by gold glove rocks. But, yeah, there's a cool trick with the mirror you can do to get in here too. And now we need the boots to actually open this. And this is where you would get the cape in the normal game. Here it's going to be a bottle. That's cool. Definitely won't complain about that. Okay, where to next? Let's do Swamp Palace, I think. That would be the best course of action. We can summon our friend to get there. We'll flute to 4 to Link's house. Because there's a Dark World portal right here. And your access to this Dark World portal is just, the hammer and, silver gloves, the power glove. And the Moon Pearl, of course, but that should probably go without saying. So, Swamp Palace. For Swamp Palace, we need the flippers, we need the mirror, we need the hammer, we need the hookshot. I think that should be really all the things you need. Don't know if I forgot something there. This is why you need the mirror, because we need to drain the water here, and then go back. Do a little mirror trick there, just to show that off again. Grab the thing, Cadence, there we go. Alright. Mirror on back, and the water's drained in the Dark World too. Now if you're interested in checking such things, there's a hint here. Thank you, Link, I guess. And this is always a key, unless it's Key Sanity, because they have to let you open this door. It's funny, in Key Sanity, there's only one small key in a chest, and it's that one right there. So in Key Sanity, the small key to... That's not the bombs. That was silly of me. In Key Sanity, the small key to Swamp Palace is kind of more important than the big key, because you don't need the big key to fight the boss here. Get some money. That chest that I just opened there is a very trolly spot for the hammer, by the way. Because we need the hammer coming up, but we don't need the hammer for that one chest right there. So it's very rude if that ends up, if that's where the hammer is. Because yeah, as you can see, we need it to flip the switch over there. Here we go, and this sets the water moving. Now we can swim across. So coming here, already having the hookshot is pretty helpful, because it speeds things up quite a bit, and I'll show you. So we can just immediately grab this key over here. We did it. That'll come in handy in a moment. First we'll go and do the check down here. The hookshot one-shots these little bug dudes as well, and probably these guys too. Maybe we can find out later, maybe. I like using the hookshot to get across like that. It's a bit faster for stuff like that. 20 bucks. So now, with this one key that we've picked up, which in the vanilla game, okay, it does one-shot them. In the vanilla game, we're not really supposed to have this one key yet, but we can go up here anyway. And flip this switch. Don't hit the lever yet. Don't activate the water yet, because there's a key down there that we need to get. But since we've hit this switch, we can just go down here and get it, and then go back. This is a little bit faster. Otherwise, if you don't have the hookshot, you can just do it the standard way. You have to go in here first, grab the key from that, and when you would use that key to open the door, we just opened instead. And now we're gonna go activate this. The enemies are being mean about it. And now you would think, oh, I'll just head back down. No, 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 no. You want to flip the switch first. Because Swamp Palace is a bit of a troll like that. So we're going to need the switch to be, to have blue up and red down for us to be able to access one of the items back here. So move across, hold over here. Alright. So, again, this is going to be a bit more convenient for us since we already have the hookshot. We can just get this chest right away. 10 arrows. And since we have the hookshot, we can hookshot across. If you don't, you just have to do what you do in the standard game and jump down there, head back up, loop around, and drop down the right-hand hole instead. And yeah, this is why we need the red switch down, because we can access this chest. It's the big key, alrighty. That's vanilla, actually, isn't it? That's funny. That didn't work. There you go. So, now we shall make our way on back. We can check the big chest, which is nice. Sometimes you find, like, the boss actually has the big key, which can be really annoying, because then you have to backtrack and double check it. But here we have a heart piece. Amazing. Then we can hookshot across, go on about our merry way. And we need to go and push this statue, so we shall. There we go. And then you'd think, oh, we need to go in that door. Nope, you need to go in this one. This door also opens with the statue pushed. And we can pull this to drain the water. And with the water drained, we want to head down here because there's 2 more chests. Get a map. And $50. Alright, great. Kind of forgot I had the boots there for some reason. Now this chest is pretty easy to miss if you don't know about it, but you can push this block right here. Get a compass. Not always a compass, but you know what I mean. Hop over here for this one key. It's always in that pot. No need to go in this one. There's just like healing stuff in there if you need it, but it's not necessary. Instead, we're just gonna go fight the boss. He is Argus. It's really ideal if you have at least Tempered Sword here. It's a lot easier to deal with. It's 2 swings with the Master Sword if you don't. And if for some reason you're going up against him with the Fighter Sword, it's much easier to just use the hookshot and then switch to the hammer like this. It's a pain, but it's the best way to do it. In fact, I'm not sure if you can even damage him with Fighter Sword otherwise. So you would do that. It's really annoying, but it's a way to fight him. Alright, then we get to this phase. He's weak to, I think you can use the Fire Rod. I know you can use the Ice Rod. You can use the bow as well. Let's try the Ice Rod out. Pretty hard to hit with the Ice Rod, mind you. You can kind of get him stun-locked with it. There you go, we'll just hit him with a sword at the end. But yeah, there's all sorts of things that work on him in that phase. 10 arrows. Well, regardless, we didn't find much there, but we did need the crystal from there, so that's alright. Now I'm thinking about where we want to go. I guess we should probably head to Ice Palace here. We can clear Ice Palace with what we've got now. Having the red cane makes it a bit easier, or a lot easier if you know a few glitches, which I'm not going to show. But yeah, it does help, even in just like standard stuff. But that's alright. flute to 8. Don't know why I did that the long way. Alright. So yeah, this requires the flippers, the gold gloves, fire rod, or bombos. So normally we would use the fire rod here. You can actually use bombos as well, and I'll show you. It works on killing these dudes as well. Hook shot, probably. You need a hammer, you need a lot of stuff for Ice Palace. I wouldn't be surprised if we find the red cane in here. Yeah, Ice Palace is one of those dungeons that is, generally quite annoying to navigate. It's probably one of my least favorite dungeons. I like the idea of, like, having to loop around a bit, but it's really confusing. At least I thought it was. It's very puzzle-focused, which is cool, but it's just a pain to navigate. Anyway, you can one-shot these dudes with the hook shot. I would recommend that if you've got it. You could use bombos to, like, one-shot them as well. Get a compass there. How exciting. No other need to be in this room, so we'll just be leaving. Okay. Go ahead and hit this. You might think, oh, you need to, like, put a bomb down so you can, get back across the switch. Well, this is an interesting little thing you can do. I like doing this. If you use a bomb, chuck it at the back corner of that pit, and it'll actually hit both. It'll hit the pit, and it'll hit the switch. It's a pretty neat little trick there. Then we have our Starforce friends. Also see what this hint says. Dig Dogger hates certain kind of sound. This is true, he does. Not relevant to this game, though. Go ahead and equip the hookshot again, because it's pretty nice. I generally like having the hookshot equipped if I have it. I don't know why, I just do. Yeah, the hookshot one-shots a surprising amount of enemies. I'm actually not sure if we need to flip this or not. I don't want to say you don't. Yeah, there you go. It's kind of interesting that they put that switch there. There's a very fancy bomb jump you can do that lets you get across this room with the red switch up, which actually does help later in the dungeon, but it's a reasonably complicated setup, and again, we're not showing any tricks off here, but it is a thing you can do. Hookshot helping out a lot here. So we can't go to the right. We don't really want to go up. We should head to the left first. If you happen to have found a key there, then yeah, you should probably go to the right, because there's a few more chests you can get over there. This time we'll use the fire rod on these guys just to show you. Use it on that guy, use it on that guy. Get a chest. It's a key. We cannot get to the big key yet, which is a bit sad. We could go back up here and open that key door, but I think we're going to be looping around this way anyway, so it's not a big deal. We don't have the big key to go that way, so we won't. Now here's a sneaky one. There's a key here. This pot right here has a key in it, so remember that one. That's an easy one to miss. Watch out for those nerds. Sometimes it's easier to get across that with the boots, because like you're just going straight. This room's called Iced Tea Room. It had a map in it. Alright, moving on over, moving on up. I don't know what I'm saying. There's a switch under one of those pots there, but we don't need to worry about that yet. There's a hint over here as well. We're finding so many joke hints. Alright, this is where we need the hookshot to get across. Here we go. You may possibly be able to skip that. Like if we went and, when we first found that key, if we went back and used the key on that door to the right, in the plus room where we had all the options, you actually might be able to bypass that, which is pretty interesting. That's a big key. Cool. Next up, this is the hammer requirement. You need a lot of stuff for Ice Palace. Another key to get there. Activate that switch for a chest. Pull this tongue to open the door. Get another key. Head up this way. For yet another chest. It's a gold sword. Very nice. Happy to see that. That's as strong as our sword can be. Now you can loop around going this way if you want, but I don't really see the need to, because we can just do it from here. You see what I mean? Like, we'll just be back where we were in a moment. As we open this door, and now we're back in the plus room I was talking about. So next up is the big chest. And then we're gonna have to do the big old loop around the dungeon, which sucks. But hey, we can do it. It's fine. So we can bomb this part of the floor right here. Go away, Mr. Iceman. I want to say those enemies are called Freezels or something. And here we have a heart piece. Push these blocks out of the way. I'll show this off as well as a neat trick just to show you. This is similar to the mirror thing. If you use the hook shot while you're pushing a block like this, you can actually the hook shot goes through the block. It seems like when the block is moving, it kind of doesn't exist for a moment. It's kind of strange how that works. But yeah, that's just a cool trick. So you can use that to skip a few things as well, which is neat. But again, not something we're focusing on here. We're just doing things the normal way that one would do them. Watch out for anti-fairies. Switch there. If we had the red cane, at this point we could just be done. We could just use the red cane on the switch and head on down, but we don't, which is a shame. Instead we gotta hit this and then head on back up. If you want fairies, you can drop down these holes. There's fairies in pots down there, which is nice. Push that down, but it won't actually help. You need to push the one on the left. Get to that later. And now we kind of do this again. Hey, no problem, Chrisley. Thank you for hanging out for a while. I appreciate it. I'll see you next time, man. Gonna do it with the boots again. It's just a little bit more consistent. But yeah, if you don't have the boots, that room can be annoying. Just be kind of sliding around. Easier ways to help you deal with that might be the cape or the blue cane. They would help you out there. So here's that switch I was talking about. We can, if I can ever step on it, we can activate it. There we go. Sounds good, man. See you next time. Please go through the door, Cadence. Just go through the door. The ice is so weird. There we go. Now we can just drop back down this hole again. And now we're finally back with the flitch swift, is what I was about to say. The switch flipped. Words are hard. I've been rambling on for 2.5 hours here. Pull that up, push that down. There we go, we did it. Bit of magic over here. I think there's a bit of magic in the pots on the right as well, but we should be fine without them. I'm sorry, the snoot drooped? Pardon me, Flynn. Alright, so it is time for Cold Stare. This boss can be a bit tricky. Oh, it's a meme? I'm unaware of the memes these days. So, you can open this guy with either the fire rod or Bombos. If you have Bombos, I'm going to very heavily suggest that, because let's say you have the fire rod and you don't have half magic. It will take you your full magic bar to unthaw, or, you know, unfreeze, or whatever the term is, Cold Stare here. It's a much better option to use Bombos, so that is my suggestion. And now we can actually use the fire rod against it if we want. Since we have a really good sword, we can just do that too. But hey, if you since you probably have the fire rod going into this, that would be my suggestion here. If you don't, you can use the sword. The sword works pretty well. Master Sword, it's tricky with Master Sword, but can be done. Wow, that's a spot for the magic powder. Okay, cool. I was kind of wondering where that was. And that is Ice Palace done and dusted as well. Good stuff. Man, it is really a search for this red cane that we need at this point. But that's alright. Okay, so we might as well get that magic powder check out of the way. There is one check that you need the magic powder for. And it's just near Kakariko Village, in fact, which is convenient, because we can just flute on over. Oh yeah, another thing I should point out about the flute is if you get it early, that might be your potential Death Mountain access. Because like otherwise you need like the gloves and the lamp to go through the cave. Ooh, I'll show this as well actually, this is a little bit obscure. So, you can use the hammer to get here, but there's another way too. Let me show you this, because this is a little bit more obscure. Again, this might not come up in basic item logic, I'm not sure. But I want to show this off anyway, just in case. But yeah, I'm rambling on about so many things at once. The flute might be your first Death Mountain access, because there's a flute point there. So that can be a little bit of a tricky situation. A not obvious thing is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, let's say that you don't have the hammer, but you have the gold gloves and the mirror. You can actually get this check. It's not very obvious. So yeah, you have the gold gloves to lift these up, but you don't have the hammer, but you do have the mirror. Well, you can do this. Should be about there. And there you go, we're on the other side of this hammer peg. Pretty cool, huh? That's a bit of a tricky one. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, you would expect you just have the hammer. But that's a bit of a tricky one there. Not very obvious. And again, I have to imagine that's probably not in basic item placement. So yeah, here's the one check that needs the magic powder. You just walk up to this thing and you use the powder. And then Mr. Magic Bat is gonna give us something. Like 20 bucks. Alright, fair enough. As you can see, there's very little green on our map at this point. So yeah, at this point we have to go to Misery Mile. And the way you get there is you need the flute, and you need to be able to warp to 6, so yeah, you need the flute for that, and you also need the gold gloves. There we go, now we're here. The red cane's probably going to be in Misery Mire at this rate, which would be a little bit sad. But maybe not, could be in these surrounding areas too. Let's Quake for that as well. So we need a Quake for both of these dungeons. Yeah, and both is an option as well there, as you can see. So we'll see what we have here. We'll do a little mirror trick just for fun. There's the red cane. Alright, there you go. So now we are in officially what you would call go mode. And when we say go mode is basically we have got all the items that we need to beat the game. So we can just go as quick as we like to the end of the game. So if I wasn't showing you all the checks here, I would just say, no need to go to Misery Mile, let's just go finish Turtle Rock. But since I want to show you all the checks, we won't be doing that. So this is, what is this check called? Checkerboard Cave, because this is shaped like a checkerboard. You need the mirror to get here. This is an interesting spot, actually. You could potentially get here without the Moon Pearl. Because, you could walk through the Misery Mire area as a bunny, and then use the mirror to get here. That's very obscure if that happens. I've had the Moon Pearl be here once, and it's like, wow, such an obscure spot for it. So yeah, we just need to push these blocks. Yeah, it sure is vanilla, isn't it? There we go, we'll take it. Alright. Is that one? Oh yeah, and while we're here, let's get that one heart piece that was in Desert Palace as well. So this is another cool thing. This might be your potential Desert Palace access too. If you have Misery Mire access, you can use the mirror here to get up to the ledge. So this might be a way to get into Desert Palace without the book. It's pretty cool. Just gonna go ahead and get this one item we missed in here. And it's pretty simple. You just bonk on the torch. Amazing, I know. We did it. And we can just mirror the heck out of here. That is Desert Palace all done. And now let's go do Misery Mire. Now I'm gonna show the most efficient route for Misery Mire here because there's actually quite a bit of stuff with Misery Mire that you don't need to do. So in this case we need to use Quake to open this up, so here we go. There's actually quite a few unnecessary rooms and stuff. Oh yeah, we did, is this the one? Maya Shack, yes, that's the one on the left there. The shack on the left that had the two chests in it is called Maya Shack. I should be saying the names of these checks, but I've been forgetting to do that a little bit. So yeah, we can get across here with the hook shot. I'll show an interesting thing though, as well. This definitely wouldn't be a thing in basic item placement, but you can actually bonk off this block with the boots to get across. Once you bonk off the block, you want to hold the direction that you're going in. I messed it up, but that's what you do. So if you look at my input display over there, you'll see what I mean. So I'm going to hold right as I start moving to the right. And another thing you can do to make sure you bonk the right way is, like, you might think, oh, I need to face this block so I can do it. And it's so fiddly to get the right placement. You don't have to be. If you start dashing and then change direction, that works too. So yeah, a little bit more of an advanced trick there. One that I'm definitely certain you won't see in basic item logic, but yeah, there it is. So yeah, Misery Mire can be a bit confusing for newer players because there's a lot of rooms, and like I said, there's actually quite a few rooms that we don't need to check. That didn't work at all. There we go, that room's annoying. So, this is the route that I like to always take in Misery Mire. There's a whole lot of options, yeah, but this is the way you want to do it. So, we're gonna head over here. We're gonna take this top right door here. Then we can push this block and go this way, and there's one chest over here. That's a big key. Man, if we were go-moding this, that would be so nice. Sadly, we're not, but that's alright. Next up, we're gonna grab this key under this pot right here, but we are not going to open that very obvious door in front of us. No sir, we're going elsewhere. Get 50 bucks there. Now we're gonna head back out. You might think, oh, I should use that key on that door and go that way. No, we don't need to. That does lead to one of the red and blue switches, but there's another one that's more easily accessible with this key that we found. So next we're gonna go this way. We're gonna open this door with that key. And in here is a switch we can flip. And we can also get a key off this guy. Oh, and I should show this briefly too. If you have the magic powder, you can use them on anti-fairies here, and they will turn into fairies. Really, really nice for healing. So with this key that we just got off that jellyfish, we can go through here and check two more things. Get a compass, amazing. Now that pot there, that top pot there that we just lifted up will always have a full magic under it, which is really nice. So probably, if you have the fire rod, this is like a little bit faster, because you should be able to, oh, maybe not actually. You can do the thing with the block pushing, where you push a block and use the fire rod, it'll go through the block, but we won't do that. Let's pretend you only have the lamp. If you push these blocks in advance, would be my suggestion. Do that. And you should be fine to just push these ones as well. Actually have quite a bit of time to do this. You might not think that you do, but you do. There we go, we did it. Good time for a sip again. There we go. This one's a little bit out of the way, but there is a hint up here too. The boots is in plain sight. They're not wrong. When they say in plain sight, that means like a freestanding item that you can just see. Which it was. It was on Floating Island. That's the blue cane. The blue cane can be useful. Good situations for fighting blind, for example, the boss of Thieves Town. The ring that protects you will actually damage him as well, while keeping you invincible, so that can be pretty nice. You can use it to access Spike Cave as well, the one in Death Mountain, because you can walk across the spikes. Here's another one. So yeah, with the you want the switch to stay blue, so that you can get over there. Another potential way you could do it is you could go from this room, like once you flip the switch and grab the key. If you want, you can go back and check that. The routing from this point is kind of up to you. But we're also going to go check the other couple chests over here. We're going to go this way. Watch out for that guy. And my suggestion for this is just walk here and you'll make it. You can use the hookshot on that block if you have it, but it's safer to just walk. Get a key there. Yeah, if you just walk across there, you'll just make it before the blocks crumble, the bridge crumbles. And the last chest here, another key. How exciting. But with that, now there's a couple ways we can get to the boss from here. We can take this door and go to the left. And then we can take that big key door up there. I'll show the other way to get to the boss as well. Because there's a warp that takes us to that same area. And just follow the same route. There's no reason to go to the door to the left. Like I was saying earlier, if there's ever rooms I'm not going into, it's generally, you know, for a reason. Like, I think that's just a trap room over there. Yeah, we can go up here. This is in the top left door of the main room. I was tempted to go for that anti-fairy, but it's fine. Yeah, we come to here. We can use the big key on this, and then use this warp. And that takes you back here, to the same place. So there you go. I will show this as well. You can use the powder on those bunny beam things as well. So that's a good way to get some health if you need to. And this is also very important. There is a full magic top-up over here. I did not know about this for quite some time. That is really, really nice. Because it sucks coming over here without any magic. Because you're going to need magic to use the red cane in this room. So we use the red cane to hold this switch down. Which means we can go through this door. That door is usually locked. But once you hold that switch down, it opens up. Okay. So, if for some reason you've mirrored out of the dungeon and you like come back later, the switch will be red. But since we've done this whole dungeon all in one go, it's probably going to be blue. So, we need to hit this. Just do it like that. Or not. Look, I'm bad, okay, but there you go. You can use the boomerang or whatever. I just find it easiest to use the red cane because you already have it equipped, probably. So yeah, make sure the switch is red in this room, because then you can get past here. Like I was saying, if you've mirrored out or left the dungeon and then have come back later to beat it later, it'll reset the switch to its default state. Which means you don't have to change it there, because it starts being red. It starts as a red switch, I should say. You know what I mean. Next we'll head up here. Make sure you flip the switch in here, back to red. Because, yeah, there's red blocks over there. Now, Vitreous can be pretty darn tough depending on your equipment. We're pretty much set to go here. I don't appreciate that there's one of those shooter dudes in here. Probably the most likely way you'll have to fight him will be with the bow, I would say. So maybe we'll do that. If you have the cape and like at least tempered sword, that's another good way to deal with him. You can actually use bombs, but it's awful. You can use the hammer, but it sucks. Really, you just want a good sword for this fight. At least tempered makes this fight so much easier. So yeah, we'll use the bow here. See how we go with it. It's a bit tricky with the bow, as you can see, and he still packs a punch even with red mail, so we have to be careful. We're not doing a very good job of being careful, but it's alright. Wait for that, yeah. Yeah, we can use the sword as well. Yeah, this is the basic gist of it. There you go. Now for the last part, where it's the eye by itself, I find it easiest to use the bow, actually. Hey Zai, how's it going? Good morning to you. Hope you're well. And there you go. He drops a key because he's mean like that on this occasion. But there we go. Okay, with this, there's 2 more overworld checks we can actually do. Alright, so that is Misery Mire all done. Excellent. So, since we got the green pendant, we can chat to Sahasrara, so let's go do that. Easiest way to that will be to flute over there. Yeah, I appreciate it. Always good to see you. Alright. I am doing well, thank you. We are doing a beginner's guide to this Link to the Past randomizer here. And I feel like it's going alright. Okay, so. Yeah, you need the green pendant to get this item from Sahasrara here, and the green pendant could be in any one of the dungeons. In this case, it happened to be Misery Mire for us, so let's see what he has for us. A heart piece. Incredible. So worth it. Not really. So yeah, it kinda sucks if, Sahasrara has something important. Because, yeah, you need the green pendant to do it. And then the other annoying check that really sucks is over here. Because now that we have all of the pendants, we can check what Ped has for us, the Master Sword Pedestal. So let's go do that real quick. We already know what it is because we checked with the book. Yep, we gotta go get our heart piece, that's it. Not that way. These thieves are really annoying, by the way. But just ignore them, we'll be fine. We gotta go earn our heart piece here, let's do it. Oh, the legendary heart piece. Told of in all the ages. Also, we can mark off that we did Sahasrara as well. We did it. With that, we just have, like, yeah, it should just be Turtle Rock and Ganon's Tower at this point, at least according to the map tracker, so let's get to it. Head on over here. Oh yeah, I can show, what we do with the hookshot to get across here as well. Yes, the legendary heart piece. Told of down in the ages. And there you go. So that's how you can get across there with the hookshot. 3 hours in? Yeah, I know. It's almost like I'm doing all the checks, Chloe. Crazy. We'll go this way. All right. So, now that we've headed over this way, we can get to Turtle Rock. And the way you do that... You just didn't notice the map. Wow, the really obvious and like poorly scaled up map that looks hideous? Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, to get here you need the gold gloves to lift this up. And then you need the hammer to hit these. And the order for this is always the same. It's right, top, left, and then this appears. And yeah, much like Misery Mire, the medallion that you need to access Total Rock will be randomized. In this case, it was Quake for us. So let's go ahead and do it. That's alright, no problem, Zai. I really appreciate you stopping by. Have a lovely day. And I will see you when I see you. Alright, so it's time for Turtle Rock, which is honestly probably the most linear dungeon in this game. The flip is in Skull Woods. That would have been nice to know like way earlier, wouldn't it? So yeah, you need the red cane to do this. These platforms are pretty funky. Now, there's generally a route I like to take here, which is we're going to go do the room to the left here first. Yeah, which I often forget. It's a very early big key, which is kind of nice. Now to get out of this room, you need to be facing away from the door, so you can hold your sword out and get out that way. Next up, we're going to go to the right and do this check. These two checks here. These require the fire rod. Oftentimes you won't find a small key in that first chest we checked just before, which just happened just now. And that means that you need the fire rod to do anything more in Total Rock. Sometimes you do find a small key there, which means you can actually progress on a little bit. You can just mirror, that's an option as well, yeah. So there's a way you can do this that's a little bit faster than you would normally do it in the standard game here, and I'll show you that. If you have the hook shot, this is a thing that you can do. Go up. And you're like, wait a minute, but we're going backwards. Check this out. We're gonna light these, and then we're gonna pull out the hook shot, and hook shot to the torch, which makes you fall, and gets you back to the platform so you can walk through the door. That's quite a bit faster than doing it the boring way, going all the way around, and, you know, doing it the normal way. So if you have the hook shot, I would recommend doing that. It's a lot faster. You get a key, and a key. How amazing. I don't know if it's faster, but I like to mirror from that room. Lets you top up your magic too. If you don't have the mirror, you can just walk back as well. Now we'll go up this way. So yeah, that's why we need a key here. Now this little pokey, I don't know if that's his official name, but I've always just called them pokies. If you have the fire rod, it one-shots them, so I would recommend the fire rod. And this room can be pretty tough as well. These chain chomps hurt a lot. There is a cool trick you can do with the red cane, which I will show. See if I can do it. I like to do it from the left. If you drop a block and throw it, activate it there, then move across and push that block. You have to do it really quickly. It's a shield. Yeah, that was probably a bit confusing to watch. Can we reset the room so I can do it like normally, maybe? Let's see. Kinda not really, but the normal way you would do it, I mean, you could just walk up, place a block there, you know, activate it, move the switch down, push the block. It's similar concept, really. But being able to throw the block there means you don't have to walk across there. That's a cool trick. You could also just like use the boomerang or something, but considering you have to have the red cane to get here, that's the best way to do it in my opinion. Alright, now, which one is it? I think it's this one. Yes, okay. So, generally speaking, you want to go this way first. You have the powder, so we can turn these dudes into fairies. Excuse me. Now, the interesting thing with this guy is he drops a key. Now, we are in go mode, so we could theoretically not open this door. This door leads to one chest, which we probably don't even need. How's it going? It's going well. So yeah, we could actually save this key and use it for later, because there's a decent chance you don't need this chest. If you have the big key, then there's a really good chance you don't need this chest. because at worst it's just going to lead to another small key. But, you know, we're showing all the checks, so we're just going to go this way. But yeah, like, if you're in go mode and you don't need to check that, just use that key elsewhere, is my suggestion. Like, that was just a heart piece. Like, we could have skipped that. I hope that makes some amount of sense. That's a little bit of a confusing thing. But it means, like, later on in the dungeon, we'll be able to skip using a key elsewhere, which is cool. But yeah, if you don't have the big key, then it's probably in that chest, because the rest of the chests here require the big key from this point. So now we're going to take this one. Fire rod works great on them. Freedom! Freedom's great. Congrats on being free from work, Flynn. Why am I talking to myself? I mean, first of all, this is a stream, and second of all, this is a tutorial, so, you know, several reasons. Now, this one is one that new players really easily miss. You can mirror here. This is a really easy one to forget about. And this leads to, this is called Mimic Cave. Very, very easy one to forget about or not even know about. But yeah, if you have the mirror, definitely a good idea to check this. It doesn't take very long. You can use the bow to kill them. You don't need the bow necessarily. Get a heart container. Yeah, it's a bit of an obscure one. You can also mark that off on the map. That's Mimic Cave, right? Yes. Cool. Now, for some reason, I see everybody use the red cane on this. Hookshot's faster. Just do that. Alright. Well, 2 more locations left, yes. Still a few more checks yet. Now this is an interesting one. You can use the bomb on this, but for some reason you can also use the boots on this specific wall. I don't know why. It's kind of weird, but you can. Watch out for Mr. Roller here. Get a key. Alright, it's time to see if I remember the best way through this maze. I think I do. So you go down and to the right on all those turns. And yeah, that hits the switch. That switch opens the door at the end. Now we want to go back around. We can do this. We go to the right. And then down. Then left. Keep holding left. And it takes you to the end. That is, I think, the fastest way through that room. I might be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that's the fastest way to do that room. Alright, and now we come to Laser Bridge. This area is called Laser Bridge. I very much recommend, even if you feel like you're doing okay, the first thing you should do is go and open this cave right here. Just go out, and then go back in. And the reason you want to do this is because if you die, the game will put you back at the dungeon entrance. This was where we entered the dungeon from. So if we save and continue after dying, the game will put us back here, which is right near the boss, which is really, really, really helpful. So yeah, I always recommend folks using this exit here. Very good idea. Now comes the annoying laser eyes here. You're supposed to have the mirror shield for this, but we don't. So we can use the cape to kind of get around it, or you can kind of walk across the top here. It's quite tricky to do. But you can. It kind of sucks. As you can see. Also I'm not good at this video game, but that's beside the point. Yeah, we're just gonna use our magic here to use the cape, I guess, even though I'm falling like an idiot. I don't know why I said it like that. not much helpful here, huh? This will be a key. Yep, there we go. Yeah, they're weird. They're pretty weird. They shoot when they see you for the most part. They're very annoying to dodge if you don't have the mirror shield that you're supposed to have, as you can see. But you can kind of work around them if you're in the right spots. Like, you kind of have to walk above the lasers a little bit, if that makes sense. It's not easy. Well, we should be fine with what we've got here. So yeah, don't stress about using your magic if you want to use the cape to get to those lasers, by the way, either, because there's a full magic top-up in here. And if you have the magic powder, you can go back and use the powder on some of the anti-fairies in that room if you need health as well. So now coming up is a pretty annoying boss by the name of Trinex. This boss is the one reason that you need the ice rod in this. So it can really suck if you're playing this, and the last item you need is the ice rod to defeat Trinex because Turtle Rock is a crystal. Real sad when that's a situation and you're just hunting around for the ice rod. Trinex is everyone's favorite, totally. Now, with this boss, you need to use both rods. I recommend fighting the ice head first, because he's gonna be freezing the floor, and that's no fun. Yeah, and he dies to 3 hits with the gold sword, which is real good. Here's the thing, the fire head just spits out fire that kind of hangs out for a bit, but the ice head, he will leave ice on the floor permanently. So you'll have a much better time of it if you take out the ice head first. And I should also note, hitting them with the rod does actually do a little bit of damage too. Also, we're dying, but that's beside the point. We have a fairy, so it's not a big deal. It's a surprising amount of damage for red mail. It's fine. There we go. Imagine being bad. And then he explodes. Now when he first comes out, you can hit his head, but then after that you have to hit his belly, I suppose, as it were. And he dies real quick with a gold sword. But yeah, just kind of move around him. Try to manipulate him so he doesn't hit you. That's really the best advice I have for that. And we get a rupee, amazing. Alright. With that, there is but Ganon's tower left. Let's get this done, shall we? Yeah, like, I think you can, like, right as he comes out. You can, spin attack, yeah, and do a bunch of damage, or maybe possibly, yeah, even kill him. I haven't really done that much. Yeah, dude, pro strats. Alright. So yeah, in this case, we needed all 7 crystals to open this. But depending on settings, you might only need like 2, or maybe none at all. But yeah, I like doing just standard 7-7, which is what we've done here. And yeah, if you're not sure, the sign here will actually tell you. You need all 7 crystals to enter. So yeah, if you're ever not sure, the sign will tell you. So, Ganon's Tower is a bit of a classic in the randomizer. Like, generally I get folks to guess what number the big key is going to be, how many checks it's going to take for the big key to come up. Chloe thinks 22. That would be kind of appropriate, I suppose, because we're going to do all the checks. But yeah, it's a number between 1 to 22. Flynn's being very specific with tile room. Okay, so I like to check the right side first, and if we get a key here like we did, then yes, I like to progress on, and go to the right side. You'll see why, because this room coming up requires a key. Now, while we're just passing by, I suppose we'll do tile room. This room is really annoying, and probably one of the most annoying rooms in this dungeon. You have to wait around for these tiles. And it's great. If I were just doing normal checks, like, you know, just going through things here, I would just skip this and open this door. But hey, we want to show everything, so we'll do this. Maybe this is a time to show off a little trick as well. If you have the cape, if you use the cape, and you pull, hold against a wall and pull, for some reason you don't lose any magic. It's very strange, but it makes this a heck of a lot easier. It was bombs. Sorry, Flynn, it wasn't tile room on this occasion. Sorry to inform you. Excuse me, sir. Get out of here. Now, yeah, watch out for the War Master in these parts. He's not very fun. Yeah, rip tile room. So the best way to do this room is use the fire rod to hit these torches, because you need to be a bit quick on this one. And also you need the fire rod to hit that torch on the right there. Then we're going to head to the down below here. No need to go to the left. Take out some of these guys. Then we can use the red cane to hit that switch. And use another one to hit that switch. What's up here? Bomb and some magic. So here's a room with 4 chests. I like to do this one first because it's kind of off on its own a little bit. If we get a key earlier. A map. And I recommend opening the top left chest last, because that spawns in holes and makes getting the rest of the checks annoying. So we could progress on this way if we want. I like to go this way, just because there's a key here. Now that we've picked up this key, we're just gonna mirror back. You probably don't need to pick up that key, but I like to do it. Here we have a compass on the torch. Because you get plenty of keys in this place anyways, but extra keys never helps. Never hurts, I should say. I don't know why I said never helps, it definitely helps. I'm starting to get into rambly mode. But yeah, there's a key under that bottom left, or bottom right pot. Use the hammer to hit those switches and push the block. And then if I have the boots, I like to bonk off of that skull there. Makes getting across here easier, but otherwise you would just, otherwise you would just do it this way. Use the hook shot to do that. This took a bit longer than I thought it would, but hey, this has been fun. But I'm starting to lose what I'm saying and go a bit mad, I think, but it's fine. That's a key. That's a mirror shield. That's a heart piece. That's silver arrows. Okay, I was kind of wondering where they were. So we can go ahead and mark those. To mark silver arrows on this, we right-click on the bow. The bow is generally progressive, but there does have some modes where it might not be, so you can actually set them independently here, as you can see. The time's getting to me? Yeah, it's been a while, and it's 11:15. But it's fine. We'll get this done. Alright, so you can hit that switch. We'll do that. Doesn't really matter right now. Use the key to go through here. Watch out for the fire. I just tank it. That's a heart piece. Now, the best way to handle this is use the red cane, or a bomb, I suppose. Go ahead and activate this once we're on the other side, because we need to use the red switches here. Same thing, use the red cane, like so. There's a key under this pot, don't forget that. Same thing here, I like to use the red cane. That's a very good question, Flynn. Man. I probably did it in a multi-world once for the funsies, but other than that, it's probably been a really long time. Another key. Wow, where is this big key at this point? This is getting silly. This one's another easy one to miss. Take the left tile here, and then the left tile here, because it's the only one you can. And then we can blow up this wall. And then you want to hit the leftmost tile here. Yeah, honestly, I haven't been counting. It probably is over 11. And there's 4 chests in here. This is called the Randomizer room, because there's things in here in a randomizer. Wow. I think it's probably going to be vanilla at this rate. It's called Randomizer room for a reason. That was chest 18. Thank you for counting, Club. Bob might have it, yeah. We'll see in a moment. Oh, fair enough. Now, we're gonna do another little speed trick here that I very much recommend. Oh yeah, true. If you have the boots, which you probably do if you've got this far, in Ganon's tower for goodness sakes, you can bonk off of this skull. I really, really recommend doing that. Otherwise, what you're supposed to do is use the fire rod over there to light up this torch, which shows you where the path is. But it's so much easier to just bonk off that skull. I really recommend doing that. Alright, this room is called Bob's Chest, because this little anti-fairy down here is a bit strange. Yeah, ether works too, that too. For some reason, if you don't pick up the torch item back in like one of the starting rooms there, this guy will have a bit of a funny sprite to him. I don't know why, it's very strange. But we did, so he's just a normal anti-fairy. Wow. Alright, guess where it's gonna be like vanilla at this rate. It might actually be 22, which is hilarious. So, we come down here to fight some Armos Knights. Use the bow. Can recommend. If you have silvers, even better, because it one-shots them. There you go. And then go up. Don't go left here because the door locks behind you. There you go. It was indeed 22. Incredible. Great stuff. Good prediction, Claw. Well done. So yeah, that was the last possible place it could have been. Almost on ice, I'd watch it. And now since we're here, we can also check the big chest too. It had a green rupee in it, amazing. At this point we want a mirror. So, let's assume you got the big key a bit earlier than that. You want to start going up the middle here if you have at least one small key. If you don't, you're going to run into problems up ahead. So make sure you have at least one small key before you go up here. Go ahead and hit these switches, push this block. This thing's just kind of very much in the way, but it's fine. They're actually werewolves, yeah, exactly. There's a few ways you can do this room. I just always use the statue to do it. I think you can pull like against the wall there too, maybe. But I don't know, I've just always used the statue to do it. Doesn't really matter. In these dudes, we also need some arrows. Be wary of your arrow count and make sure you have enough as well. There's some in that pot there too. Best way to do this room is to head up on here, jump down, hit this. We want the middle pot because it has the switch. And we can go ahead and hit this on the way back if you want. You don't really have to. But if you want, you get an amazing noise, as you can hear. And then the strat I like for this room is if you fall and then dash with the boots, you'll be invincible, so you can just kind of dash past all of these bubbles. If you don't have the boots, just walk. You can also bonk off of this to get down here. Where there's just a nice little top up. There's some fairies, which I suppose we might as well grab one, huh? There you go. And I think the bottom one has a full magic top up as well. There's not much else here. Yeah. Yeah, you want to go in there for the fairies and the magic. You can also bonk to get back, or you can just use the hookshot on these blocks. And now we get to what folks refer to as the gauntlet. It's a whole bunch of rooms with enemies that we gotta fight through. Best strategy I have here is honestly just fight them. Like, fight enemies how you'd fight enemies. If you're having trouble, you can use one of the medallions to help you out. Like, Bombos will generally take out all the enemies in the room. So that can be a good way to deal with them. Fight and miss? Yeah, right. Yeah, hopefully you'll have at least Tempered Sword by this point. Because that makes all this stuff a lot easier. You can stun them with the hookshot or something if you're having trouble hitting them, like that. And then you'll get a nice top up here. If you have the powder, you can use it on this anti-fairy. Or not anti-fairy, bunny beam. And then we fight Land Molar again. If you have silvers, that's a good way to do it. Bit tricky to hit them with it sometimes, but it one-shots them if you can hit them. Otherwise, probably the fire rod is the way to go. Or gold sword will kill him in a couple hits as well. Now, before you go up the stairs, I would recommend equipping the red cane. There's a cool way to do this room coming up. So what we're going to do, we're going to step forward a little bit. And yeah, you can put the red cane in the middle there, and it hits all of them, and it's so cool. If you're wondering what the layout for this room is, it's like that. You can just kind of walk along like so, and there you go. You can also use the red cane in here to take out a few of these dudes, like that. Just kind of line it up with them. Dash through this room, take them all out. Works great. Now this one can be a bit tricky. If you're low on magic, you can do this with the lamp. Also, I would recommend not falling. Don't be dumb like me. Yes, we'll go ahead and remove all the pots or skulls from here. Bit of magic in there. So if you're feeling a bit conservative about magic, you can use the lamp on some of these. Like maybe just the first two here. Then you might want to use the fire rod on the other ones, like you could do this for example. It's a pretty good way to handle it. Now I would recommend if you want, either go really fast or take your time in this room. There's a weird glitch called the jingle glitch, where if you happen to go up these stairs on the same frame as the door closes from the previous room, it despawns everything in the game, in the tower I should say, which is real bad, because then you can't beat Moldorm because he doesn't exist. So you can't progress on. I'm getting hit there on purpose to explain how this room works, by the way, while I'm rambling on. So, best way to do this room, go clockwise from the bottom right. You go like here, then here, then here, then here. Now, if you have one small key, one of these dudes has a small key on him. You definitely want that. There's also these two chests up here. But yeah, that small key is always guaranteed, so then you're good to go once you've got that. But yeah, don't forget that that dude has a small key on him. Very helpful. Something I didn't know about for a bit, and thought I had to go all the way back down the tower, and it made me sad. Turns out, no you don't. And there's this chest here. 10 arrows, amazing. Let's get some hearts off this fella if we can. He's running away from us, I don't really appreciate that. You know what, we're gonna meet him halfway. No, come back! Oh, I'm bad. Okay. There we go. And then we come to Moldorm. You should have a pretty good sword by this point, so he shouldn't be too difficult. Like, I think with Gold Sword, we just have to hit him twice. Yup, there you go. If you fall down a bit, that's okay. Like, there's spikes and stuff down there, but not too bad. There's an anti-fairy that's always down there, so you have the powder, you can heal up that way. This chest is called Validation Chest because you probably don't need it by this point, but I always like to open it just for funsies. It was a red rupee, amazing. Then we can go ahead and push this block. The only reason you might need to open that chest was if it had silvers in it. Which could happen. This room can be a bit annoying. If you have the boots, try to just dash in the middle and it should work. And now we come to Aga 2. He's much like Aga 1, except there's more of him. Now, interesting thing about the clones is they will always shoot out the orbs that can damage him. So a good way to kind of hit him is to use your spin attacks, because you're more likely of hitting the other orbs that come out. Yeah, I mean, that's true, but I guess it's the second Aga fight, so that's why it's Aga 2. Yeah, sometimes you get weird situations with their lineup like this. I'll still be the first one to tell you I'm not great with this boss fight. I always struggle to get the right lineups. Especially when they kind of go off sync like this. Like, he's not even on the screen yet there. There we go, we got him. Aga does just suck, you're right about that. So that should be Ganon's tower taken care of, and look at that nice empty map. I hope I haven't derped on something, but that should be a full 216 checks there. And now all that's left to do is fight Mr. Pig himself. AKA, like, make some bacon. I don't know. So you can actually hit him very quickly there. Before the fight starts, which is cool. Yeah, I don't know why he transforms into a bat, but he just does. Now Ganon will say something random here. Sometimes he says like a funny thing, or sometimes he says something serious. With a gold sword, this should not be too difficult. Yeah, no, I certainly wasn't counting either, but that map looks pretty empty to me. Yeah, can't go wrong with bacon. So yeah, basically you just want to hit him a bunch. If you're having trouble with this, the cape is a great thing for this fight. Like, especially for this part right here. You can use the cape to dodge a lot of this. You can use the hook shot as well to kind of get around a bit. Yeah, we're already into the third phase, which is great. Now we're going to try to go for a little trick here that's really helpful, called the torch glitch. What this will do is, normally you need to light both torches, but if you light the first torch before the second one goes out, then you only have to light that first one. And at this point right now, where Ganon's talking to us, if you don't have the silver arrows, Ganon will give you a hint as to where they are. So he'll say like, did you find the silver arrows in the Dark World, or in Easton Palace, or in Hyrule Castle, or something like that. He'll give you an idea of where it is. Anyway, let's give this torch glitch a try. So the way we want to do this is basically, you want to wait till just after Ganon throws his first bat at you. And then we basically want to spam the lamp at the leftmost torch. So we're going to get the lamp out. If I mess this up, that's okay. There we go, we did it. So you just kind of have to be quick on that. After he throws the first bat, kind of make your way down there and spam the lamp at it, and it'll usually work most of the time. So now we only have to worry about lighting one torch, which is really good. At this point, it's the standard fight, other than that. We're gonna use our silvers, we're gonna hit him. If you want to be conservative on magic, then just stick to using the lamp to light the torches. Just kind of have to follow where he goes. There you go. I made that look really easy, but can be tricky for newer players. If you just practice the Ganon fight, you'll get better at it. Not to mention we had everything in the game as well. Now we call time once we walk through the Triforce door here. There you go, we did it. Nice, Claw. Well done. It does a bit, yeah. But hey, we did it. That should be every single check in this game. I hope I haven't derped on one little thing, but it's possible. And if it is, you'll figure it out. Spoiler log can help you. Now, this is a nice new feature they added. If you hold X, it'll speed up this part, which is really appreciated. So we're gonna do that, because otherwise this is basically the same thing. Although one thing is nice, the yellow text here, sometimes they hint to what the items were on these. An example would be like Sick Kid, if he wants to show up. Uncle might as well. Uncle had a shield, didn't he? So that makes sense. Your uncle protects. Fireworks for sales, because King Zora was selling bombs. Blend fungus into bombs, because we got bombs from the mushroom. So it's relevant to the seed, which is cool. Not always, sometimes they have silly things. That would be probably because we found bombs at probably the shovel spot? That's either the shovel spot or the Stumpy check. Potion slinging kid, yeah, because he had a bottle, that's right. I never got your ad here. That's a weird one. And the broken heart sleeps again forever, because that was a heart piece. Again, the legendary heart piece, spoken of from ages to ages. I don't know. Because it's high up in every... Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I never really got that, so that does kind of make sense, yeah. We can speed up the actual credits too, which is nice, and we're going to do just that until we get to the relevant game stats here. I do like the couch cash, yeah. That's for when it's like 20 rupees or something there. Alright, here's the randomizer, folks. They did a good job. Well done to all these cool folks for making such a cool randomizer of such a cool game. All these cool folks who made some cool sprites as well. Alright, the important stuff. This will show you the times it took for you to find certain things. It's interesting that it says our first sword was at 15 minutes, which I guess was when we got the Master Sword. Pegasus Boots sadly took a while, and the flute sadly took a while as well, but that's okay. And then it'll show you what kills with the bosses you did. So we did 5 with the Master Sword, 3 with Tempered, and 5 with Gold, which is cool. Shows you damage, how much magic you used, how many bonks is for bonks with the Pegasus Boots, which is funny. How many saving quits, how many deaths, how many times you used fairies to get you up. Oh, the other developers also did a great job, of course. And there you go, 216 out of 216, we did it. In 3.5 hours. Thank you for the GG. And thank you to folks for hanging out for this. I hope this is helpful to new folks. That's kind of why I wanted to do this. I hope I've been informative and helpful. Pretty nerdy, yeah, I know, right? Jeez, I'm such a nerd. Just ridiculous. Yeah, not bad for a full clear, I agree. But yeah, I hope this helps folks out. If there's anybody who's watching the VODs or anything like that, if you have any questions, leave a comment, please do. I'm always happy to answer. I will answer when I can. But yeah, I guess this is where we'll call it. Hopefully this helps someone wanting to get into this stuff. But yeah, thank you so much to everyone for hanging out. I really do appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate everybody stopping by and saying hello. We're calling this a stream, that's what we're doing. I don't think we'll rate or anything because I am really tired and honestly, my throat kind of hurts a bit from talking so much. So yeah, I'm gonna call it a night for sure. Thank you everyone. Have a lovely day, afternoon, night, whatever it is for you. I will see you next time, so take it easy friends. Goodbye.